Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you again. Welcome to the stream. Hi. I started a little early again, that's cool. I didn't think I'd be able to. I got out of bed a little late. If my voice sounds a little worse for wear right now, well, partially it's because I got out of bed a bit late, so I haven't had my tea yet. It's still too hot for me to drink. And it's partially because I was pushing my voice a little too much yesterday, trying to figure out which Dragalia Lost songs I am actually capable of singing. The answer is probably none of them, but I can try at least. Yeah. I want to, like, I haven't done a cover of another Dragalia Lost song this year. I've done one the previous 2 years. I need to do one this year as well. Also, the weather has significantly changed over the past like week. The winter has ended, and summer is here. No spring, just straight into summer. So yesterday I was like straight on just t-shirt, no jumper or anything. I put my jumper back on this morning. I may need to take it off during the stream. Because my apartment is very good at keeping itself cool. Like, it is cold as fuck in winter, but like, in summer, the temperature difference between my apartment and like outside is like huge. At least in terms of how it feels. Also, somehow, fucking Sunday of all days, I slept the worst, which is, you know, great. That's definitely what I want, on the one day where I can just relax and not have to worry about anything. I sleep so poorly that I have a... I swore it was a headache a second ago and then it just disappeared. Maybe I will have a headache later on, but we'll see. But yes, today, more Emio, the Smiling Man. We're still in Chapter 2, I believe? Probably halfway through Chapter 2. We did all the Taro stuff, and now we're playing as Ayumi. But yeah, that's enough rambling. We're 5 minutes into the stream. That's a good time to jump over to the game, I guess. Da-da-da. Emio, the Smiling Man. Oh, the autosave data's in a... Oh, we've got more save slots now. Holy shit. I wonder if that means anything. Because, like, but before... I mentioned before that... No. We want the actual thing. I mentioned before that apparently at some point in one of the chapters that was in the demo, so presumably chapter 2, they mentioned that, like, oh, the investigation will depend on how well you... The outcome will depend on how well you do. I'm a little worried that the fact that we've got this many save files might indicate that there is a chance of us actually losing if we don't do well enough in our investigations. But so far I haven't seen a case where it's like, yeah... Oh, actually, there are some stuff that could have been missable, but I've just sort of assumed that it wasn't, and that it would give the same outcome regardless. But anyway, let's load the game. You know what? Sure, let's review the plot thus far.
見つかった遺体の身元は地元の中学校南第三中学校に通う佐々木英介15歳。被害者の遺体の頭には笑顔が描かれた紙袋がかぶせられていた。その異様な様子が18年前に起きた未解決の連続少女殺人事件、さらには都市伝説エミオと酷似していた。再び訪れたポンプ場からの帰り道、タクシーの運転手から佐々木英介の事件が起きた日の情報を得ることができた。タクシー運転手によると、事件当日の夜10時頃、ポンプ場の近くを通りかかった時に1台のオートバイが止まっていたらしい。 一方、歩美は佐々木英介が通っていた南第三中学校へ調査に訪れる。
So it actually accounts for where in the chapter you are as well as what chapter you're on. Okay. I didn't know that about the previous game because in the previous game I only ever ended at the end of a chapter. Also, different voice narrating the recap. I think in The Girl Who Stands Behind it was probably Ayumi's voice, where here it sounds like Utsugi. The body is identified as Eisuke Sasaki, age 15. Eisuke is a student at the local middle school, Minami Daisan Junior High School. The victim's head was covered with a paper bag with a smiley face drawn on it. The bizarre appearance bears similarities to unsolved serial murders from 18 years ago, as well as the urban legend of the Smiling Man. After visiting the pumping station again, you speak with a cab driver about the day Eisuke was killed. The cab driver says he saw a motorcycle parked by the pumping station around 10 p.m. Meanwhile, Ayumi visits Minami Daisan Junior High School, where Eisuke Sasaki attended. My tea is still kind of hot, but cool enough to drink now. So if I start going quiet, you know what I'm doing.
こんにちは。今ちょっと話せるかな?
Can we talk for a minute? Um.
私、宇津木探偵事務所で助手をしている立花と言います。
My name is Ayumi, and I'm an assistant at the Utsugi Detective Agency.
え、探偵?
You're a detective?
もしかして佐々木くんのこと?
This must be about Eisuke.
そう。今、佐々木英介くんの事件を調べているの。よければ話を聞かせてくれない?
That's right. I'm working on his case. If you don't mind, I have a few questions.
聞き込みってやつですか? 知ってること何でも話します。
Whoa, like, you're interrogating me or something? Sure, I'll tell you everything I know.
大丈夫かな?
Yeah, I hope this is okay.
私とここにいる友人は佐々木くんとクラスメートでした。
My friend and I were classmates with Eisuke.
じゃあ3年生なんだ。有力な情報が聞けるかも。
Oh, if they were in the same class, they might have some promising information.
昨日の朝礼で亡くなったって聞いて、本当びっくりしちゃったんです。
They announced that he died at the morning assembly yesterday. I couldn't believe my ears.
佐々木くんがどんな子か聞いても大丈夫?
Can I ask what kind of person Eisuke was?
はい。
Yeah,
明るい性格で、男子からも女子からも人気のあるタイプで。
he was always really positive and he had lots of friends, both boys and girls.
成績も良くて、優しくて。
He got good grades, he was kind.
どうしてこんなことに?
I just can't believe what happened.
辛いこと聞いてごめんね。
What is my nose doing? I'm sorry to ask questions about this. I'm sure it's painful to think about.
いえ、大丈夫です。私、学級委員なので。
No, it's okay. I'm the class representative. I should be able to handle it. Nope. What did that update with? Oh, is it all in others, I guess? Yeah. Fucking police officer. It's still wild to me that she doesn't have a name. She's a recurring character and they didn't bother to name her. Used to work at a different station, recognized Tara from a past case. She was wearing glasses, but she normally wears contacts. Anything else about
ショ
Eisuke?
ックでした。
I was so shocked. Okay, that's all.
3年生の間じゃやっぱりすごく話題になってて、みんなかなりショックを受けています。
Everyone in his class is still talking about it a lot. We're all in shock.
でも下級生は割と普通な感じです。まあ生徒によって違いはありますけど。
I guess the kids in younger grades might not be as affected. I mean, it varies from kid to kid. Right?
うわあ、元気出して。難しいよね、今は。
Come on, don't be sad. I know it's hard right now. Anything else?
ごく普通の中学校だと思います。
I think this is just a normal school. Nothing special. What about observations?
それはそうと。
Of course, as soon as I pause to blow my nose, the mute to blow my nose, I get the shortest line ever. Anyway,
私、お姉さんがただものじゃないって最初から気づいてましたよ。
I could tell from the moment I saw you that you were special, miss.
っていうか、
I mean,
探偵ってかっこいいですね。
being a detective is so cool.
そうかな。
Oh, you think so?
かっこいいよね。
You agree, don't you?
そうだね。
Yeah, I guess. Anything else?
佐々木くんって明るくて勉強もできて優しい男の子だったのね。
So Eisuke was a bright, studious, and kind boy.
はい、その通りです。みんなの人気者でした。
Yeah, he was. Everyone liked him.
そんな佐々木くんの最近の様子に何か変わったようなところはなかった？
Did you notice anything different or unusual about his behavior recently?
特になかったです。普段通りだったと思います。ねえ。
Nothing in particular. He was acting normally, right?
はい、いつも通りでした。
Yeah, he was. Business as usual. Think?
彼女たちから話を聞かれ
Okay, no. I just like clicking think to see, like, am I done with, do I need to click all these again, or what? And then I click things like I should hear them out. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do it again.
いつもの佐々木くんって感じでした。
He was just acting like the usual Eisuke.
佐々木くんと特に仲が良かった人に心当たりある？
Can you think of anyone who was particularly close with Eisuke?
そうですね。みんなと仲良しというか、分け隔てなく接するタイプでしたし。
I mean, he got along with everyone. He treated everyone like an equal.
誰かな？
I wonder who it could be.
ごく普通の中学校だと思います。
Okay. I thought with like who it could be. Like, are you talking about the school, like people in the school, or are you talking about observations?
そういえば。
Oh, come to think of it.
何か思い出した？
What? Do you remember something else?
隣のクラスの森本めぐみさん。
Yeah, I'm thinking of Megumi from the class next door.
ああ。
I don't need to read that one.
佐々木くんの幼馴染の。確かに仲良かったもんね。
Eisuke's good friend, right? They go way back.
お姉さん、もしかすると森本さんなら何か知っているかもしれません。
Miss, I bet she knows something. Talk to Megumi Morimoto. Alright,
森本さんってどんな子なのかな？
what's Megumi like?
同じ学級委員ではあるのですが、クラスが違うのであんまり知らないです。いい子って感じはします。
Well, we're both class representatives, but for different classes, so I don't know her well, but she seems nice. Right?
うん、
Yeah.
あまり知りませんが、いい。
Okay. call?
ここにはいませんね。
She's not here. Okay, cool.
考えてみれば、さっきから左の子ばかり話してるわね。
Yeah, no shit. She's called Talkative Girl. Of course she's the more talkative of the two. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, I managed to fix one of my fucking OBS docs. The activity feed and the multi-chat from stream elements are still broken, but my regular chat is working again. So that's cool.
右の子、ずいぶんおとなしいんだな。
I'd love to hear what the girl on the right has to say as well. Okay. So I guess we look at girl on the right.
ちょっと緊張してるのかな。
She looks a little nervous. No? Okay.
あなたも他に何か知ってることがあったら聞かせてもらえないかしら。
Okay, so I guess that one was just a thing where, like, go through all the talks, think, and then talk again. What about you? Do you have anything you'd like to share?
他にもですか。
Me? Other way around.
探偵のお姉さんのお手伝いだよ。頑張ろう。
We're here to help, Miss Detective. Come on, think. Ah?
っていうか、森本さんに直接話聞けばいいんじゃない？
You should just go talk to Megumi herself.
いやー、私冴えちゃってるな。
Phew, I'm sharp as a tack today.
森本さんいるのかしら。
Wonder if Megumi is here. Do we call now? There we
森
go.
本さんいるかしら。
Where is Megumi anyway?
ここは学級委員の出番ですね。
I guess this is where the class representative comes in.
私、森本さんを呼んできます。お姉さん、任せてください。
What I mean is, I'll go get her, miss. Now we can talk to the quiet student without the talkative one butting in. Oh, hang on.
元気な子だね。
She sure is energetic, huh?
はい。元気すぎてたまにハラハラしちゃいますが。
Yeah, sometimes a bit too energetic. I worry.
一緒にいると楽しいことがたくさんあるので。
But we have lots of fun together, so...
もう少しいろいろ聞いても大丈夫？
Would it be alright if I ask you a few more questions?
はい。
Okay. Now we can see what she thinks about everything.
佐々木くんはさっきあの子が言ってた通りの男子です。
Eisuke was just like everyone says.
本当に誰とでも話す子で、ムードメーカーのような存在でした。
Outgoing, friendly, he could light up any room on his own.
佐々木くんの席に、もう佐々木くんが座ることはないんだって思うと。
When I think about the fact that he'll never sit in class with us again,
やっぱり寂しいです。
it's just so sad. What about the school?
先生たちも大きなショックを受けていたようです。
The teachers are definitely also in shock.
先生たち、
Okay, that's it. Okay.
森本さんのことはそこまで詳しく知らないんです。
I don't know Megumi that well, and I've just finished my tea. So hopefully that helps my throat. Oh, okay. What about Ace? More about Eisuke then? Nope. Okay.
先生、でも
When she gave a one-line answer for it the first time, I figured that was it, but I guess not. Oh, but...
これは言っていいのかな。
Is it okay to say?
これは実は私、
Actually, I Hmm?
佐々木くんのお友達のことでちょっと気になる噂を知ってるんです。
I heard a rumor about one of Eisuke's friends.
噂？
What kind of rumor?
はい。でも変に騒ぐのは良くないと思って黙ってようと思ったんですけど。
Well, I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I just thought I'd keep it quiet.
お姉さんの役に立つのなら
But if it helps you somehow,
ぜひ聞かせてちょうだい。
yes, any info you have could be helpful. I'd love to hear it.
はい。実は佐々木くんと仲が良かった男子生徒の
Okay, so it's about a boy who was good friends with Eisuke.
いやー、めんごお待たせしました。
Sorry to keep you waiting! Dang it. Oh,
お姉さんすみません。森本さん、今日はお休みでした。
and I've got bad news. Megumi isn't here today. Sorry, miss.
そうなのね。わざわざ探しに行ってくれてありがとう。
I see. Well, thanks for going out of your way to look for her.
森本さんなら何か知ってると思ったんですが。
If anyone knows anything, it'll be her.
ところで何の話してたの？
What were you talking about while I was gone?
佐々木くんのお友達に関する例の噂の。
Oh, just that rumor about Eisuke's friend.
噂？
That rumor?
あ
Ah!
ちょっと声大きい。
Not so loud.
確かにあの噂話は超重要な情報だね。さすがやるじゃん。
Yeah, that rumor seems super important. You never disappoint. Nice work. Huh? So, what is the rumor?
そんなに大げさな話じゃないでしょ。
It's probably not a big deal.
いや、知ってるのと知らないのとじゃ天と地の差があるよ。
Are you kidding? If I were a detective, I'd definitely want to hear the rumor. Hmm.
超重要な情報って何なの？
I have to ask, can you share the super important rumor with me?
お姉さんは探偵だから。
Hey, aren't you supposed to be the detective?
行く前から推理なんかしちゃって何のことか分かってるんじゃないですか？
That's not how it works. No. No, we gather evidence. And your testimony is part of the evidence. So fucking tell me. So you should be able to figure it out without me even saying anything, right? Hold on, I'm gonna take my jumper off. It's starting to get warmer again. I'm gonna bluff. I'm gonna pull a phoenix right. Wait, you're talking about that?
あのことね。
Wait, you're talking about that thing?
え、わかるんですか？いや、さすがにそれはないでしょう。
What? How could you know? There's no way.
実は佐々木くんと一番仲の良かったケンジくんという男の子が。
Okay, so I'm guessing it was probably the same either way. Either we bluff and they're like, "What? How could you already know?" Or we say, "How could I do that?" And they're like, "Okay, I'll tell you." Here's the scoop. Eisuke was friends with a boy named Kenji.
佐々木くんと森本さんを取り合っているらしいという噂がありました。
But they both kind of had a crush on Megumi. At least that was the rumor. Oh?
え、私は山本くんじゃなくて滝口くんが取り合ってたって。
I think you mean Kohei, not Kenji.
滝口くん？やば、もしかしてまた間違えた？
Kohei? Wait, do I have it wrong? Yeah.
あちゃー、いつも滝口くんのことをケンジくんって言っちゃうな。
I always get Kenji and Kohei confused.
あの二人なぜか似てるからさ。
Anyway, those two do look alike.
お姉さんすみません。滝口くんが正しいです。
But I can confirm that his name is Kohei Takiguchi.
そうなのね。どうもありがとう。
I see. Thank you very much.
あ、いけない。そろそろ塾の時間。
Oh no, it's almost time for cram school.
やば、そうだった。
Ah, you're right.
探偵のお姉さん、佐々木くんのためにも調査頑張ってください。
Good luck with the investigation, Miss Detective. Solve it for Ace-K. So we had Mr. Detective, and now we've gotten Miss Detective.
忙しいところ協力してくれてどうもありがとう。
Thank you. I'll do my best. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me.
お役に立てたなら嬉しいです。
Glad we could help.
頑張ってください。
Good luck.
おいお前たち、気をつけて帰るんだぞ。
Hey kids, be extra careful on the way home, okay?
ポンプ場には近づいちゃダメだぞ。校長先生がおっしゃってただろ。
Don't go anywhere near the pump station, on the principal's orders.
しかし、ポンプ場は我々の生活に必要なものだ。ポンプ場への感謝の気持ちを忘れるな。
Even though someone will have to go near it at some point, we do need the pump station, I suppose.
うわ、出た。バサッチだ。バサッチ、バイバイ。
Yeah, Basachi. See you later, Basachi.
バサッチ？
元気が良くて何よりだ。それなら怖いものなしだな。そうだろう。
Glad you kids are well. Anyhow, nothing to be afraid of if we play it safe, right?
はい。福山先生、さよなら。
Of course. Mr. Fukuyama. See you.
ちゃんと挨拶ができるのは偉いぞ。また明日な。
How wonderful of you to use my real name. See you all tomorrow.
福山。それにこの声。
But his voice is so familiar. What? Hmm?
立花。
Do we know this guy, or is this just someone Ayumi knows from her backstory? Tachibana?
もしかして福山先輩ですか？なぎなた部の。
Okay, so yeah, we don't know him, but Ayumi does. By any chance, are you the Fukuyama I know from Naginata Club?
そうとも同じ中学校の。覚えてくれてたのか。嬉しいな。
That's me. Oh, I can't believe you remember me from junior high. How fun.
やっぱり立花か。立花だよな。いやー、これは参ったな。
Can you step back a little, sir? I knew it was you, Tachibana. You are Tachibana, right? Are you me, Tachibana? I'd never have imagined. Hmm?
久しぶりだな。懐かしいよな。なあ、立花。
It's been way too long, right? Good old Tachibana.
福山先輩変わってないな。距離を詰めて話すところも。
Well, he sure hasn't changed. Still gets way too close when he's talking to you.
ところで、立花はこんなところで何をしてるんだ？
So what are you doing here anyway?
はい。実は私、探偵の助手をしているんです。
Well, I'm actually an assistant detective.
何？立花が探偵？すごいじゃないか。
Is that right? Tachibana the crime solver. That's great.
ついに薙刀が実戦で役に立つんだな。
Do they let you carry a naginata or? He's not gonna step back. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with him just getting right up in our face. Okay.
先輩こそどうしてここに？
Wait, what are you doing here?
実は俺、教師になったんだ。ここに赴任してきたばかりなんだよ。
I'm actually a teacher now. I've just been assigned to this school.
そうだったんですね。
Ah, I see.
佐々木のことで来たんだよな。協力させてもらうよ、立花。
You must be here investigating Eisuke Sasaki's murder, right? Let me help you. Okie
佐
dokie.
々木英介君のことは本当にお気の毒です。
I'm so sorry to hear about Eisuke.
痛ましいことだ。中学生の命が理不尽に奪われるなんて。悲しすぎる。
It's just such a tragedy. A junior high kid losing his life so young. It's beyond sad.
俺は犯人が憎い。佐々木を返せって、そいつに言ってやりたいよ。
I'd like to tell the killer that I hate him, straight to his face, and I want Eisuke back.
我が南第三中学校の誰しもが同じ気持ちだと思うよ。
I think everyone here at Minami Daisan Junior High School feels about the same.
さっきの生徒たちも協力してくれたんじゃないか。
Hopefully the kids you were just talking to help with the investigation some?
はい、いろんな話を聞かせてもらいました。
They did. They gave me lots of info.
そうか。深い悲しみに耐えながら、やっとの思いで話していたことだろう。
They're so brave to be dealing with the trauma and still able to help a detective.
そこまでじゃなかったかも。
They were doing alright though.
佐々木くんはみんなの人気者だったってそう話してくれました。
One thing they emphasized was how popular Eisuke was with everyone.
そうか。
佐々木くんのお友達のことも聞きました。
I also heard about some of his good friends.
そうなんだな。
I see.
森本めぐみさんのこととか。
Like Megumi Morimoto. Oh? What's that look for?
あと滝口くんという生徒の名前も出ました。
And also Kohei Takiguchi.
なるほど。
I see.
他の生徒たちのことも先輩にお聞きしてもいいですよね。
Can I ask you a few questions about them?
それはもちろんだ。何でも聞いてくれ。
Yes, of course, of course. Ask me anything.
ありがとうございます、福山先輩。
Great, thanks Fukuyama. So he's probably... Oh, I can actually look in the notebook, can't I? So, where... There's Ayumi. So Ayumi's 19. Is Fukuyama in... Oh, he's not in here yet. Oh no, there he is. 23, okay. So they were in the same club in junior high school, but he's like 4 years older than her. So they probably only... Like, he was probably on the tail end of school when... Because I was questioning why he's like already in the workforce while Ayumi and Taro are like still young enough to be mistaken for high school students. In fact, Ayumi probably is still a high school student. Taro just doesn't go to school because he's a detective. Or actually, no, she's probably out of high school now, isn't she? I think like 18's like the tail end of high school in Japan, from what I remember. I had to look it up for one of my stories. Sorry, Tachibana. Hmm? I know I said you could ask me anything, but I don't really know anything about the case. So I'm afraid I might not be of much help. Besides, I wasn't Eisuke's homeroom teacher, so I didn't actually know him very well. Ah. Even though Eisuke wasn't in my class, he was one of our precious irreplaceable students. So please, let me know if there's anything I can do to help you solve the case. Okay. In that case, let's talk about the other two students that he had a reaction to. Do you know a student named Megumi Morimoto? Megumi Morimoto, is that what you said? Yes, some of the kids said she was good friends with Oh, I didn't know that.
森本は俺のクラスの生徒だ。学級委員をやってもらっている。
Why is he acting so, like, sus about this? So yes, Megumi is a student in my class. She's our class representative.
独特な髪型するのね、先輩。
Did he struggle with her name there?
そういえば彼女、昨日から欠席しているよ。佐々木の事件がよほど答えたに違いない。
Come to think of it, she's absent today. I'm sure this all has been traumatizing for her.
そう。佐々木の事件がよほど答えたに違いない。
Yes, I'm sure that's it. I can't imagine. So maybe he's just worried that she's also been killed, potentially.
佐々木の事件はかなりショックだったことだろう。そう。佐々木の事件が。
This whole thing with Eisuke must have traumatized her. Yes, that's definitely what's going on. What about Kohei?
滝口くんという生徒のことはご存知ですか？
Do you know a student named Kohei?
滝口。ああ、滝口浩平か。
Kohei? Oh, Kohei Takiguchi.
彼も俺のクラスの生徒だ。
Yes, he's in my class.
その子も佐々木くんと仲が良かったと聞きました。
I heard that he was also good friends with Eisuke.
そうだったのか。滝口はおとなしくて真面目な生徒だよ。
Oh, I didn't realize that. Kohei is a very quiet, serious student.
彼もひどく心を痛めていることだろう。心のケアが必要だな。
He must be heartbroken. I'm sure he could use some emotional support right now.
そうか。佐々木と仲が良かったのか。
I didn't realize he was good friends with Eisuke. Okay. What about the school?
学校。それは生徒たちの学び屋だ。
Oh, I...
彼女たちは様々なことを学ぶ。勉強をはじめ、人として必要なことを学ぶんだ。
I pressed it to try and just like skip to the end of the text so I could read it, but like the kids do a lot of learning here, that's for sure. By the time they leave, they hopefully understand what it takes to be an upstanding citizen of the world, in the
学校
world.
ではそして
Of course, the other thing about school,
我々教師たちもまた生徒たちから様々なことを学ぶ。
we teachers learn a lot from our students.
俺はいつも生徒たちから大切なことは何か気づかされているよ。
My students are always reminding me about what's important in life.
つまり学校とは人が成長するためにある。俺はそう思って日々を過ごしているんだ。立花。
Everyone grows at school, you see. That's how I spend my days, Tachibana.
学校とは生徒が教師であり、教師が生徒でもあり。
Sometimes at school,
そういう場所なんだよ。
the students are the teachers and the teachers are the students.
自分のクラスの生徒じゃないから詳しくないんだ。
I'm afraid I,
立花の力になれなくて。
I'm afraid I don't know much else since he wasn't a student in my class. Sorry, Tachibana. So, I guess it's just observations left.
佐々木のことでは教師としての自分の無力さを痛感させられたよ。
This whole incident has made me realize I'm helpless to protect these kids, even as a teacher.
立花。
So, Tachibana.
はい。
I'm trying to blow my nose. Stop giving me short lines. Yes?
俺は生徒を守ることもできない無力な男だ。
I'm just a helpless teacher who can't even protect my students.
佐々木のような痛ましい出来事から大切な生徒を守るためなら。
But if I had the opportunity to save one of them from something tragic like what happened to Eisuke,
この命すら惜しまないよ。
I'd gladly give my own life.
福山先輩って OB の頃から面倒見が良かったから教師の職は向いてるのかもしれないわね。
His heart's in the right place. I think being a teacher is a good fit for him.
無念だ。
It's a shame. Is that everything?
福山先生か。教育熱心な教師って感じね。
So Fukuyama became a teacher. It makes sense. He seems dedicated and enthusiastic about it.
でも
But still,
森本めぐみさんのことを聞いた時の反応がちょっと気になったのよね。
I can't help but wonder about his reaction when I brought up Megumi Morimoto. I'm shuffling things around my desk so I don't accidentally knock my cup off the table. So I guess now we ask him about Megumi again.
ああ、森本めぐみはだな。
Hmm? Yeah, Megumi Morimoto is...
おっと、
Oh no.
すまない立花。臨時の職員会議があるんだ。そろそろ戻らなきゃ。
I'm sorry, Tachibana. We have a staff meeting right now and I'm running late. I should go.
ありがとうございました、福山先輩。
It's okay. Thanks for all your help, Fukuyama.
いやいや、当然のことだよ。と言っても、あまり協力はできていないがな。
It's the least I could do. I wish I could help more.
とんでもないです。貴重なお話を聞かせていただきました。
Well, the information you've provided has been helpful.
ただ、警察の捜査は始まったばかりです。
This investigation is only getting started. After all, we're only on chapter 2.
私はそのお手伝いをするためにここへ来たんですよ。
And I'm going to be seeing it through.
先輩にいろいろと協力していただければ、事件の早期解決につながると考えています。
So I'm hoping you'll continue to cooperate with the investigation and help us solve the case quickly.
お願いできそうでしょうか。
Can I count on your continued support?
そうだな。その通りだ、立花。喜んで協力させてもらうよ。
Yes, yes, of course, Tachibana. I'm happy to help.
ありがとうございます、先輩。
That's great, thank you.
じゃあな、立花。
See you later, Tachibana. I guess now we think.
生徒たちと話して思ったけど、中学生って独特ね。私もあんなだったのかしら。
After talking to some of the kids, I wonder if that's what I was like as a junior high student.
福山先輩も大変だろうな。でも先輩なら大丈夫かな。
It seems like Fukuyama is struggling to cope with what happened, but I'm sure he'll be okay.
そろそろ事務所に戻らなくちゃ。
I should probably head back to the office soon.
あれ、もう帰ってるかな。
I wonder if Taro's there yet. Time to head back to the office. Bruh. Fucking Fukuyama jump scare. Bro, what the fuck do you want?
立花、連絡先を教えてくれよ。俺、校内でいろんな人に話を聞いてみるつもりなんだ。
Hey, Tachibana, I should get your contact info. If I hear anything from the students, I can share it with you.
先輩、職員会議は。
What happened to that staff meeting?
何か情報があったら、立花に知らせようと思う。迷惑かな。
I'll let you know the moment I have any news. Or would that be a bother?
本当ですか。ありがとうございます。これ、私の携帯電話の番号です。
No, not at all. Here's my cell phone number.
こちらこそだ、立花。俺の番号はこれだ。
Thank you, Tachibana. Here's my number, just in case.
俺は犯人を決して許さない。だから立花、君に協力させてほしいんだ。
I'll never forgive the person who did this. I vow to help in any way I can.
はい。
Yes, I hear you.
じゃあ、近いうちにまた会おう。必ずだぞ、立花。
Then I'll see you again soon. I'll keep my promise, Tachibana.
はい。よろしくお願いします。
Yes, of course. I'm counting on you.
気をつけて帰るんだぞ。
And be careful on your way home! Haha. Off we go. Back to the office.
ただいま戻りました。
Okay, we're back to Taro. Hello, I'm back.
おかえりなさい。私も今帰ったところよ。
Welcome back, Taro. I just got back too. I'm noticing they have like different outfits, I guess, depending on like the different days slash chapters slash whatever. Instead of in the previous games where they just wore the same thing the whole time.
二人ともお疲れ。どうだ調査結果は。
Utsugi always wears the exact same thing though. Good to see you both. How did it go? What information were you able to uncover?
18年前の事件で紙袋の情報が伏せられたのは世間を刺激しないためだったんですね。
Well, I found out that the police withheld the info about the paper bags 18 years ago to avoid provoking the public.
異様な手口による捜査への支障を避けるための判断ってことだね。
So they were worried about a copycat killer. I can see how that would have muddied the investigation.
最初の被害者と接触があった男性が実質に多量の血痕を残して失踪したということも教えてもらいました。
I also found about a missing person who... I also learned about a missing person who knew the first victim. They found a lot of blood in his apartment.
加害者とも考えられるが、何らかのトラブルに巻き込まれた可能性も高いね。
Interesting. Seems like a likely suspect, but also possible they were involved in some unrelated trouble.
それと佐々木くんの事件当日に遺体発見現場の近くで
And last but not least, when I was investigating the crime scene,
停車中のオートバイが目撃されていたようです。今日僕が乗ったタクシーの運転手からの情報です。
I spoke with a witness, the cab driver who brought me here, and saw a motorcycle parked near the scene of the crime.
オートバイか。
A motorcycle, eh?
ところで先生、18年前の連続事件の最中に少年が行方不明になったことはご存知ですよね。
Were you aware that a young boy also went missing around the time of the killings 18 years ago?
久世誠。あの久世刑事のお兄さんだね。
Yes, it was Makoto Kuze, Detective Kuze's brother.
はい、そうです。やっぱりご存知だったんですね。
Okay, I'm glad you already knew about that wrinkle.
実は誠さんが失踪した時、警察に協力してたんだよ。
I was actually working with the police at that time as well.
当時、連続少女殺人事件にかかりきりだったカマさんからの依頼でね。
Inspector Kamada was overwhelmed with the serial murders, so he asked me to help with the missing person case. Fun fact, I learned, I guess sort of why Kamada looked so familiar to me. It's because he has basically the same face as a character from one of the previous games, a doctor named Kumada. And if you remember, in the previous game, there was also a teacher named Komada. So apparently it's just a trend in heckin' Famicom Detective Club to have characters named K-Mada. So if the series continues, we might see K-Mada and Kimada. Where was I? Oh yeah, I already read that.
何か関連があるのではと考えたそうだ。
Of course, there was some speculation that the two were related.
なるほど。
I see.
彼は夜になっても帰ってこない妹の純子さんを探しに行ったきり、いなくなってしまったんだよ。
The story goes that he went looking for his sister Junko, who hadn't come home. He was never seen again.
久世刑事は
What? Wait, so what happened to Junko? I mean, Detective Kuze.
純子さんは一人で帰ってきたんだ。その時の彼女が
She came back alone, but
ひどく怯えているように僕には見えたんだ。
well, she looked pretty shaken up to me.
怯えていた。
Shaken up, you say? So that might be why she denies having met Utsugi.
気になった僕は日を改めて純子さんを訪ねてみたんだ。しかし彼女は
I was curious and went back to visit Junko again the other day, but that time, well,
一切口を開かなかったんだ。
she didn't say a word.
それ以降訪ねて行っても会うことすら拒まれてしまってね。
After that, she refused to even see me when I visited.
そして昨日18年ぶりに純子さんに会った。そういうことさ。
Believe it or not, yesterday was the first time I've seen her since then. Ah.
僕からは以上だ。
I'm afraid that's all there is to
あ
that
ゆみちゃん
story.
の調査結果を聞こうか。
Now let's hear what Ayumi found. Okay, I thought I was going to have to call engage Ayumi and have it flick across, but I guess it did that for us.
あゆみちゃん、お願い。
Ayumi, please go ahead.
私は佐々木くんが通っていた南第三中学校に行ってみました。
Sure, I went to investigate Minami Daisan Junior High School, Eisuke's school.
そこで聞き込みをした結果、
I asked around and
佐々木くんは明るくクラスの人気者で成績も良かったということが分かりました。
it sounds like Eisuke was bright, popular, and got good grades.
最近も特に変わった様子もなく、突然のことに生徒たちは驚いていました。
Of course, the students were shocked by his death. They said nothing unusual had been going on.
その佐々木くんは
Also, speaking of Eisuke,
森本めぐみさん、滝口浩平くんという生徒と特に仲が良かったみたいです。
he seems to have been especially close with students Megumi Morimoto and Kohei Takiguchi.
その2人の生徒の担任の先生から話を聞くことができました。
I spoke to Fukuyama, both students' homeroom teacher as well.
福山という先生なんですが、実は私の中学時代のなぎなた部の先輩だったんです。
Fukuyama was actually my senpai when I was in the Naginata club in junior high. Ah.
おお、そうなのか。
Oh, really?
佐々木くんの担任ではないんですけど、できるだけ調査に協力したいと言ってもらいました。
Eisuke's in a different class, but Fukuyama still promised to help the investigation.
それはラッキーだよね。あゆみちゃん。
That's great, Ayumi.
うん、私も驚いちゃった。
Thanks. Yeah, it was a pleasant surprise.
じゃあ今日分かったことをもとに2人の推理を聞かせてくれないか。
Well, I'd like to hear you both review the evidence you've gathered today.
今回の調査でも君たちの活躍が大きな助けになりそうだ。
Your insights will be of great value to the overall investigation. It's time to review.
18年前の連続少女殺人事件に関連して、
Why don't I start with the serial killings 18 years ago?
久世刑事のお兄さん、久世誠さんに関する話を聞くことができた。彼は
I uncovered some info about Detective Kuse's brother, Makoto Kuse. We can't be sure yet if he had anything to do with the killings. Because he wasn't another victim, we don't know for sure at least, and we don't know if he was the one who killed them. We don't really know anything.
殺人事件と関係があるか不明だ。
We can't yet be sure if he had anything to do with the killings.
あなたの言う通りね。
Sounds right to me.
何も分かっていないというほかないな。
Yes, but unfortunately that's not saying much, and we know even less.
ただ誠さんの失踪を機に連続殺人事件が鳴りを潜めたというのは気になるね。
It is true that the murder stopped after Makoto disappeared. I am curious about that.
今回の事件と18年前の連続少女殺人事件のつながりだけど、これらを踏まえて現時点で言うことは
Can you stop putting random pauses in? I don't know when you finish speaking. Bruh. Next, here's what we know about the ties between Eisuke's case and the killings from 18 years ago. The killer from 18 years ago has become active again. He's our culprit. The killer in this case is a copycat. We can't be sure.
この2つの事件のつながりは不明ということだ。
It's murder on the ones from 18 years ago.
ああ、君の言う通りだ。証拠が出ていない以上、現時点ではつながりがあるとは言えない。
When the camera panned over to him, I was like, oh no, did I get it wrong? But no, that's right. Without evidence, we can't point to any kind of connection just yet.
ただ、違った視点からの推理として、一つ考えられることがある。
However, there is one thing we can deduce.
それはもしや。
Oh, I see. They're suggesting that the killer was likely imitating Emio? I'm guessing simply because we don't know the name of the killer of the previous thing, so it's they either want me to type in Emio or the Smiling Man, but like they're both the thing.
ああ、その通りだ。
Yeah, that's right.
あくまでも一つの仮説にとどめるべきだとは思うがね。
I think we should consider it a valid hypothesis.
さすがだな。すべて的確な推理だよ。
Well, all in all, I'm impressed with your reasoning.
推理してる時のあなた、かっこよかったわよ。
Way to play
私
it.
も負けてられないわね。
Way to play it cool there. But don't count me out just yet. I could still solve the case.
さて、今後の調査についてだが、君にはクゼ兄弟のことを調べてもらいたい。
As we proceed with this investigation, I'd like you to take a look at the Kuze siblings, Taro.
クゼ誠さんの失踪が何らかの形で今回の事件に結びつくんじゃないかという気がしているんだ。
I have a feeling that Makoto Kuze's disappearance is relevant somehow.
わかりました。
Understood.
あゆみちゃんは引き続き南第三中学校の関係者を洗ってみてくれ。
As for you, Ayumi, can you see if you can get more info from the folks at Minami Daisan Junior High?
先生はどうするんですか？
I'm on it. But what about you, Mr. Utsugi?
僕はエミオという都市伝説のことを調べてみようと思っている。確かめたいことがあってね。
I'm going to dig into the Emio legend a bit more. There's something about the smiling man I want to confirm.
しばらく帰ってこられないかもしれないな。
I may be occupied for quite a while.
先生はやっぱりマイペースだ。
Why does she get a computer and we don't? Mr. Utsugi marches to the beat of his own drum.
いや、それにしてもあゆみちゃん、先輩が南第三中学校の先生だなんて本当についてるね。
So your old senpai is a teacher at the school, huh? It's great that you have that connection there.
うん、そうなの。福山先輩、卒業後もよく部活を見に来てくれたのよ。
Yeah, that's right. Fukuyama even came to watch our club after graduation.
へえ、後輩思いのいい先輩だね。
Sounds like a good mentor.
先輩の高校のなぎなた部、男子は入部できなかったんだって。
Totally, but boys weren't allowed to be a part of the Naginata club at his high school.
男子
Oh, your senpai is a man! Bruh. Bro. As far as we know, you two are not romantically involved. Can you fucking chill?
あ、そうそう。何か分かったら教えてもらえるように、携帯の番号を交換しておいたわよ。
Oh, yeah. Oh. Also, we exchanged numbers so he can let me know if he learns anything useful.
そりゃ ありがたい話だね。
Taro, you've been working with her for I think like over 2 years now. If you wanted to make your move, you should have made your move instead of sitting quietly and getting jealous when she talks about, oh, I met this friend I used to know from school. Bruh. Oh, great.
うん、そうなの。
Yeah.
あなたどうかしたの？何か心配事でも思い出したの？
Is there something wrong? You suddenly got weird about this.
いや、別に。
No, no, it's nothing.
そう。ならいいけど。
Okay, if you say so. Chapter 3, The Language of Flowers. Yukariko Village.
先生が教えてくれた住所によれば、クゼ兄弟が暮らしていた家はこの近くのはずなんだけど。
According to Mr. Utsugi's directions, the house where the Kuze siblings lived should be around here. So, I was going to say something. Right, I saw like someone on Twitter suggesting that like, hey, now that the Hekken Famicom Detective Club series has come back, they should put Ayumi in Smash Bros. Like they were thinking of doing in Melee. Anyway. I mean, if they put her in Smash, that'd presumably mean she'd get an amiibo, assuming Nintendo still has an NFC reader on their next console. So like, I'd be down for that. I'd buy an Ayumi amiibo. Maybe I should ask for different directions. Look around. Is there anyone here? I don't see anyone. Okay. No one's around. There's no one to ask. Can we look at the truck? There's a truck parked there. Is someone around? Whoa, that guy just sprouted out of the field like he was planted there. I guess he was just crouching down. I should go talk to him. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Huh? What do you want? Do you know, excuse me, do you know the way to the Kuze residence? Why are we shouting at each other? The Kuze place, eh? Sure, Sonny, just go straight down that dirt road and head toward the mountains. It's right at the end of the road, can't miss it. Got it, thank you very much. Straight down the road, huh? Let's get there ASAP. Okay, off we go then. Although I haven't seen the line that my friend was mentioning about the outcome depending on how well we do in the investigation. So maybe I'm just worried about nothing. The house at the end of the road must be this one. Hello? Anyone home? We should oh, we can't use that. Okay, front door. The nameplates have been removed. I can't say for sure that this was Detective Kuse's home. Okay, Joy-Con. Doesn't seem like anyone's here. There's nothing in the mailbox. Okay, bro just sort of... I thought this was a doorbell, but I guess we're... Guess we can't ring that. It's not cracked, but it's pretty dirty and hard to see through. I can't hear any noises coming from the house. Let's look around at everything we can. Okay. Surroundings? It's quiet and peaceful. It doesn't seem like anyone is around. Grass. The grass is overgrown. No one has done any yard work for a long time. Oh, clothesline. It's an old clothesline. Doesn't look like it's been used recently. I think I've gone over everything. Maybe the place is vacant. I don't know if anyone's here. I suppose I could try calling, but... Okay, we call again then. The place looks deserted, so maybe no one's home, but let me try one more time. You couldn't just ring the doorbell? Or whatever that is beside the door? Excuse me, anyone home? Well, that didn't work. Doesn't look like anyone's here. Maybe I should come back later. Oh, maybe Mr. Utsugi would know something. Do we have his phone number? Did he forget to charge it again? Taro! Wait, the screen isn't working. It's supposed to light up, isn't it? Taro! Come on, man. Get with the program. You forgot to charge it yesterday and almost had to wait an hour for the bus. And then you still didn't charge it. Jesus. Oh, the battery's dead. I can't make a call like this. Need to remember to recharge the battery when I get back to the office. Anyway, there's no one here, so let's go back and talk to that guy in the field again. Okay. What are you doing? Oh, you scared me. Sorry, you are? Name's Tayama. I live next door. Hello. Sorry, I didn't see anyone in the house. Yeah, no one lives there. So no matter how much you shout, no one's coming out. Just like I suspected. I see, but this was the Kuze residence, wasn't it? Sure was, but like I said, no one lives here now. No one lives here anymore. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions? Sure, but you're a friend of Junko's or something?
僕は単
Oh no, I'm a private.
待てよ
Wait.
僕がここに来たことはクゼ刑事に知られたら
Maybe I don't want it to get back to Detective Kusei that I was snooping around here.
怒られるどうしよ
She might yell at me. What should I do? Oh wait, I can't save from here. Oh no. I think we should be honest about it.
うでも僕が怒られるくらいで済むならここは素直に名乗る
I can handle a little yelling. I'll be honest and reveal my identity. You're a what now?
探偵やってるんです僕
Private detective. I'm an investigator. A detective?
警戒されちゃうかな
Uh-oh.
ということは純子ちゃんの知り合いじゃな。
So you must know Junko.
まあ
Oh, yes, yes I do.
すごいの。刑事と探偵のコンビ。そうかそうか。
Great, great. You must be some kind of great detective duo, huh? I gotcha.
いやコンビではないけど
I mean, we aren't, but...
先ほど空き家とおっしゃってましたがいつ頃から空き家になったんですか
You mentioned earlier that the house was vacant. How long has it been that way?
そうじゃの。確か2年くらい前からじゃったかな。
Let's see, I think it's been about 2 years.
刑事になった純子ちゃんは早うからこの村から出て行っての。
Junko went off to be a detective and left the village.
よしえさんももうここには住んどらんし、まこっちゃんも
And Yoshie doesn't live here anymore. Neither does Makoto.
おらんからの。
So yeah, no one's around.
じゃけん誰も住んどらん。
No one lives here anymore. Okay.
吉江さんはお母さんだろうか
Yoshie. Could that be Kusei's mother?
まこちゃんはクゼ刑事のお兄さんのことだな
Makoto is Detective Kusei's brother, of course.
田山さんにクゼ家のことをいろいろ聞いてみよう
I've got all kinds of burning questions about the Kusei family. Okie dokie.
吉江さんというのは
Sorry, but who's Yoshie?
まこっちゃんと純子ちゃんの祖母にあたる人じゃよ。
Ah, she's Makoto and Junko's grandma.
クゼ刑事のおばあちゃんか
Detective Kusei's grandmother, I see.
よしえさんは本に優しい人での。まこっちゃんと純子ちゃんをとても可愛がっとった。
She was lovely, just a kind person who took very good care of her grandkids.
よしえさんは孫二人が本当に可愛くて仕方なかったみたいじゃよ。
Yoshie really loves her 2 grandkids. Okay, so I guess now we talk about the grandkids.
純子さんと誠さんはどんなご兄弟だったんですか
What were Junko and Makoto like as kids? You know, brother and sister wise?
そうじゃの。
Let me think.
どっちか言うたら妹の純子ちゃんの方がまるでお姉さんみたいにしとったの。
Junko, she always acted more like the big sister than the little one.
なんとなく想像はできますね
I can imagine.
そうじゃろそうじゃろ。
Yep, you know what I mean.
仲のええ兄弟じゃったよ。
They got along very well as siblings.
まこっちゃんと純子ちゃんはまだ幼い頃にご両親を事故で亡くしての。
Those 2 kids, Makoto and Junko, lost their parents in an accident when they were young.
父方の祖父母にあたる久世さん夫婦に引き取られ、この村で過ごしたんじゃ。
So their grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Kusei, took them in. They all lived right here in the village.
そうだったんですか
Oh, I didn't know that.
兄弟に寂しい思いはさせまいと。久世さん夫婦はそりゃもう二人を大切に育てたんじゃ。
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Kusei were real generous to take care of the kids like that.
その甲斐あって元 育っていった。まこっちゃんと純子ちゃんは
Thanks to them, Makoto and Junko had pretty normal childhoods, and they grew up healthy and strong.
本人仲のええ兄弟じゃった。
Oh, they were good kids.
元気に大きなった仲のええ兄弟じゃった。
They were a good brother and sister team, those two. Okay. Any observations?
誰かがなんか叫んどるなと思って来てみたら、子供がおってびっくりしたね。
I thought I heard yelling, so I came over to check it out. Imagine my surprise to find a youngster like you.
子供
Youngster? I mean, I'm 19. That's still fairly young in the grand scheme of things. Wait, am I... God, am I seriously almost 30? Yeah, I'm 28, what the fuck? Huh. The realization that I'm almost 30 hit me harder than it should have. Jesus Christ, I'm running out of time to do shit in my life. That sounds dramatic, but it's a constant fear that I have looming over me. That's why I'm always, like, working on so many different things at once. Anyway. Anything else? Healthy kids are happy kids, aren't they? Anyway, after Junko left home, it was just Yoshie and her husband living here. And he passed away, about 2 years ago now. So she left soon after. Is that so? Why is the... Okay, the settings are still there. Why are the voices still so much quieter than the music? Like, bruh. Yoshie really raised those kids right, especially considering how they lost their parents. Do I talk about the siblings again? No. Do I talk about Yoshie again? Where's Yoshie now? She lives in a retirement home in the village. Junko didn't want her living alone, so it was her idea. So that explains why the family home is empty. That's right. They're actually going to be tearing this house down pretty soon. Oh, I see. Think? So this house is going to be torn down. Anything else for us to talk about? Yeah. Oh. Maybe Makoto will come back one day. I'm sure he'd love to see this place again. Now we can ask about Makoto, I assume? It'll be sad when their house isn't there anymore. Think again? Oh, look at the house, obviously. Because it kept highlighting house. The Kusei family home seems to be empty, but I'm sure it's filled with memories. I wonder if Detective Kusei would be sad if she saw it like this. Hmm? Why is in yellow?
なんじゃ久世さんちが気になるんか
What are you doing here anyway? Interested in the Kusei family home?
はい
Yes, in a sense.
わかるぞわしもたまに気になって様子を見に来てしまうんじゃ
I hear ya. Every so often I come check out the place myself. Just curiosity, you know?
人が住まん家は痛みが早いしかも何かと不用心じゃからの
Vacant houses have a way of falling to pieces pretty quick if you don't tend to them, but you know that.
いえそうじゃないんですけど
I didn't, but...
おおそういえば
Oh, by the way. Hmm? By the way.
あれは確か3日前のことじゃ寄り合いで遅くなった帰り道にふと見たら
I think it was 3 days ago? Yeah, I was on my way home from a meeting and I
誰
saw...
もおらんはずの久世さんの家に明かりがついとったんじゃ
I saw a light on in the house here. No one's supposed to be in there.
気になったわしゃ様子を見に行ってみたすると
I was curious about what was going on, so I went to check it out.
中から純子ちゃんが出てきたんじゃよ
That's when Junko walked out the door.
久世刑事が3日前にここに
So Detective Kuze was here 3 days ago.
必要なものが残っとらんかを確かめに来たんだと純子ちゃんは言うとった
Junko said she just came by to see if she had left anything behind that she might need.
もうすぐ取り壊しが始まってお騒がせしてしまうのが申し訳ないと
See, because the house is getting torn down soon, she felt bad that it would be a disturbance.
えろ謝られてしもうたわい
Poor girl, she just kept apologizing.
久しぶりやけんうちで茶でも飲んでけと言うたんじゃが
Of course, I invited her to tea. I haven't seen her in ages.
せっかくですが明日も早くから仕事じゃ言うて恐縮しながら帰っていった
But she said she couldn't. She had to work extra early the next day and all that, you know.
あの純子ちゃんが刑事さんとはの立派になったもんじゃ
I can't believe she's a detective now. She's all grown up. Now we can just ask about Kuze herself, I guess.
まるで刑事ドラマに出てくる人みたいじゃったの
She looked just like the detectives you see on TV.
純子ちゃんも大人になったんじゃの
I guess she's all grown up. That didn't get us anything.
ここで聞けることはこれくらいかな
I don't think I have any more questions.
久世刑事のおばあさんに話を聞けないかな
Maybe it's time to see if I can talk to Detective Kuse's grandmother.
田山さんなら吉江さんがどこの老人ホームに移ったか知っているかもしれない聞いてみよう
Tayama might know which retirement home Yoshie went to. Let's find out.
吉江さんはどちらの老人ホームに入られたんですか
Which retirement home is Yoshie living in?
確かゆかりとリラックスじゃったかの
Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's called Yukariko Relax. Yeah, that's it.
ゆかりこリラックスですねありがとうございます
Yukariko Relax. Great, thank you.
名前の通りそら立派でハイカラなところらしいぞ
It's a nice name, and I hear the place lives up to it.
そこん山をちょっと登った先にある場所じゃ
It's just a little ways up past the mountain if you're looking for it. Just check.
老人ホームで暮らしている
Okay, yeah. Let's just go.
いろいろと教えていただきありがとうございました吉江さんに会ってみようと思います
Thanks for all the info. I appreciate it. I'm going to see if I can talk to Yoshie.
おうかおうか吉江さんによろしゅうにな
Okay, okay. Tell Yoshie I said hello.
そうじゃちょっと待っとれ
Oh, before you go. Eh?
なんだ
Hmm? Nothing was happening. I had to press A. I've got something for you. Oh. Eggplants. Oh, that's a lot of eggplants. Yep, grew these babies myself. They're delicious. It ain't much, but I want you to have them. So many eggplants. See, Makoto was a big fan of eggplant. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you very much. I'll gladly take these. Now it's time to go, I guess. I'm off to Yukariko Relax, but thank you so much for the delicious eggplants. Safe travels. Off we go. Three days ago. Eh? Oh. What? A little confused about why we're seeing this, but okay. Okay, well, that's all, I guess. I feel like normally with this kind of game, they'd only show you stuff that the main characters are actually supposed to know, but... oh well. Ahaha, I'm finally... I'm here. Funny how far away Tayama's idea of a little way turned out to be. I mean, that's what happens when you live in the country. Like, my parents live, like, just a little ways out of town. It's actually, like a 15-minute drive on roads where, like, the speed limit is 100 k's an hour. Is it 15 minutes, actually? I don't remember. It's been a while. I don't drive, so I never really had to pay attention. Funny how far... oh, yeah, I already read that. Meanwhile, I'm lugging enough eggplants to feed an army and hiking up a mountain. Wait, this says Relax Yukariko Village. It's not exactly what Tayama said, but I must be in the right place. Oh, look at the little owls. Cute. So Yoshie Kuze. I wonder what Detective Kuze's grandmother will be like.
Konnichiwa.
Hello. Hello,
失礼ですが、どなたかのご家族の方ですか?
excuse me, are you here to visit a family member? No, not exactly.
ご家族ではないということですね。
So you're not a family member?
こちらに入居されている方にちょっとお話がありまして。
I'd like to have a word with one of the residents here.
その方とはお約束をされているんでしょうか。面会のご予約の記録はないようなのですが。
Do you have an appointment? I'm afraid I don't see anything in the records.
いえ、約束はしていません。
No, sorry, I don't have an appointment.
え？
No? Oh.
大変申し訳ありません。
Well, I'm very sorry.
当施設ではご面会のご予約のない方のお取り次ぎはできない規則となっておりまして。
But this facility has a policy against allowing visitors without prior appointment.
大変申し訳ありませんが、お引き取り願えますでしょうか。
So I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. What?
申し訳ありませんが、お引き取りください。
I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave. Okay. What do you mean,
申し訳ありませんが。
What do you mean,
おじいさんやおばあさんたちが和やかに談笑している。
A number of older folks are chatting amicably.
確かに家族でもないものがいきなり面会ってわけにはいかないか。
I guess you can't just show up for a visit unless you're family.
突然押しかけてすみませんでした。出直すことにします。
Sorry I didn't make an appointment. I'll come back another time.
申し訳ありませんね。規則でして。
Thank you for understanding.
今度いらっしゃるときは入居者の方にお知らせください。ご予約を受けたまわりますので。
Just be sure to let the resident know next time you'd like to visit and I'll make an appointment.
はい、失礼します。
Will do, ma'am. I'll be on my way. Think, I guess?
吉江さんに連絡をして面会の予約をしてから出直すか。
Maybe I should contact Yoshie and make an actual appointment for a visit.
ってどうやって？
Wait, how would I even do that?
予約を取り付ける方法がない。
There's no way for me to set up an appointment. Use phone.
携帯電話は充電切れだ。
My cell phone is dead. I knew it was dead, but I figured like, oh, maybe if I like check my phone, he can be like, oh yeah, I could look her up in like the fucking white pages. Do they have the white pages in? I should have just called it the phone book. In Australia, we have like the yellow pages and the white pages. I forget which one's which. One of them's like businesses and the other's like personal. But yeah, it's basically just a phone book. Okay, maybe look around. It does seem relaxing here. My man sure does like yelling into the void. Is Yoshie Kuze here? So lonely out here. Maybe I should just ask Detective Kuze for help. What am I thinking? That's a terrible idea. If I can't come up with a way to make an appointment, I may not be able to talk to Mrs. Kuze at all. With that in mind, I'll need to try talking to the receptionist again. Okay, back inside we go.
あなた、帰ったんじゃなかったんですか?
Oh, I thought you left.
申し訳ありませんが、お引き取りください。
I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave.
規則だというのは承知しているのですが、
I know it's a rule, but
実は僕、宇津木探偵事務所の者なんです。久世義恵さんにお聞きしたいことがありまして。
I'm actually from the Itsugi Detective Agency, and I have some questions for Yuhei Kuze.
探偵？
You're a detective?
予約をお願いしたいところなのですが、僕、吉江さんとは面識がないもので。
Yes, and I would have made an appointment, but I'm not acquainted with Mrs. Kuze.
なんとかならないものでしょうか。
Is there anything we can do here?
やはり規則は規則ですので、ご予約のない方をお取り次ぎすることはできかねます。
I'm sorry, but rules are rules. We can't accommodate anyone without an appointment.
それができないから困ってるんだっつうのに。
And I can't make an appointment.
久世吉江さんをここに呼んでいただけないでしょうか。
Could you call Yuhei Kuze?
はあ？
Excuse me?
で、ご挨拶して事情をお話しして面会を予約して。
You know, I'd just like to say hello real quick and then make an appointment.
あわよくばそのままお話を。
I think she'd be happy to see me.
それはできないってさっきから申し上げているでしょう。
I'm afraid it's not possible, like I already
と
said.
にかくお引き取りください。
Oh. The older folks turn to look at us. I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
やっぱりダメか。
I knew this wouldn't work. Oh, he was still talking. Blaze.
ご予約なしに久世さんとはお会いできません。
You will not see Mrs. Kuze without an appointment.
ああ、何事かと思ってか、お年寄りが集まってきちゃったよ。
I feel like I'm starting to make a scene.
こっちを見ているおばあさんは。
That older woman is looking at me. This man? This man, rather? Oops, I made eye contact. Not the dreaded eye contact.
どちら様？私に何かご用なのかしら？
Who are you? Can I help you?
あ、いえ、その。
No, it's...
吉江さん、どちらかわからない人とは。
Hey, Mrs. Yuhei, remember, we mustn't interact with strangers.
吉江さん。
Is this Mrs. Kuze?
失礼ですが、久世吉江さんですか？
Excuse me, are you Yuhei Kuze?
ええ、そうよ。
Oh, yes, I am.
吉江さんってば。
Yuhei...
ほらごらんなさい。この子が悪い人に見えるかしら？
Oh, don't you worry, this young man is harmless.
この人が久世吉江さん。
Ah, she seems kind. I cut him off. God damn it. Feels like I'm talking to Grandma Sawako. Huh? Was that a character from one of the previous games, or is that just a reference I don't get?
あらあらどうしたのあなた。急に悲しそうな顔になって。
Oh my goodness, what's wrong? You suddenly look so sad.
中でも痛いのかしら？
Do you have a tummy ache?
いえ、大丈夫です。
No, I'm fine.
それであなたは？
So, you are...
僕、宇津木探偵事務所の者です。お話を聞かせていただきたいのですが。
I'm from the Itsugi Detective Agency, and I came here to speak with you.
まあ、探偵さん。
The receptionist is still, like, nervously looking at us. Oh, my, a detective.
わかりました。ご用件を聞かせてちょうだい。
Well, how can I help you?
吉江さん。
Mrs. Yuhei.
困らせてごめんなさいね。でもこの子、とても困っているようだったから。
Is this against the rules? This young man seems like he's in some sort of trouble.
ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ありません。
I'm so sorry for the inconvenience.
吉江さんもこうおっしゃってるし、いいわ。特別に これでご面会のご予約完了としましょう。
Alright, since Miss Yoshie is okay with it, I'll allow the visit, but don't make a habit of this, okay?
ありがとうございます。
Yes, thank you.
では奥へどうぞ。
Feel free to enter the facility. Sure is lucky that she happened to be out in the...
ああ、村からここまで歩いてきたの？大変だったでしょう。
Sure is lucky that she just happened to be out the front for her to hear all of that. Did you walk all the way here from the village? You must be exhausted. Heh.
それで探偵さんはどんなご用でこちらに？
So what can I do for you, detective?
物資付けながら担当直入になりますが。
I hope this doesn't offend you, but I have to ask some tough questions.
18年前にいなくなってしまわれた久世誠さんについてお聞きしたいのです。
Can we talk about your grandson Makoto's disappearance 18 years ago?
どうしてお知りになりたいの？
Why are you asking?
今僕が調査している事件に久世誠さんの失踪が関係しているかもしれないんです。
I'm investigating a case that may have some connection. Oh,
誠の失踪が、そうですか。
Makoto's disappearances. I see.
話せる範囲で構いません。お聞かせいただけないでしょうか。
Let's just start with anything you remember about it.
一つ聞かせてほしいんだけど。
Let me ask you one thing.
はい。
Of course.
あなたが私を訪ねてくることを純子は知っているのかしら？
Does Junko know you're here? No. We could lie, but I feel like honesty is the best policy here.
いえ、話してません。
No, I haven't told her.
そう、やっぱり。
I suspected not. See, if we said yes, she probably would have figured out that we were lying.
言ったら純子が訪問を許さないわよね。
She wouldn't have wanted you speaking with me.
さすがに分かっていらっしゃる。
She knows her granddaughter well.
わかりました。お役に立てるかはわかりませんが、お話ししますね。
I understand. Well, I'm not sure if I can help, but I'll tell you what I can.
その日は18年前の7月1日。
It was July 1st, 18...
9つの誕生日でした。
I thought she'd finish speaking. It was July 1st, 18 years ago, Junko's 9th birthday.
大したことはしてやれませんが、主人と私は純子を祝ってやるために買い出しに出かけていました。
We wanted to make it as special as we could, so my husband and I were out shopping for a gift.
私たちついつい張り切りすぎちゃって買い物の時間が長くなってしまったんでしょうね。
We must have gotten carried away. We were gone far longer than we expected. I had to pause for a second to check if she was still speaking or not.
家に着いた頃には夜の7時を回っていました。
We didn't get home until after 7 p.m. And when we did return,
家の明かりがついていなかったんです。
there weren't any lights on in the house.
純子、誠、いるの？
Junko, Makoto, where are you?
どうしたの？何かあったの？
What is it? What's wrong?
茶の間ではうつろな目をした誠が座り込んでいました。その周りには
We found Makoto sitting in the darkened tea room, staring vacantly, and all around,
紫色の花が散らばっていました。
there were purple flower petals scattered all over the place. Those are not petals, those are just full-on flowers. Ma'am?
紫 色の花。
Oh! Oh, that's the flower on the box art. Oh! And the color of this game's even purple. Like, the first game I think was blue, the second one was red, this one's purple. Okay.
何事かと語りかけても押し黙ったまま何も答えない誠に主人が
I tried to find out what was going on, but Makoto wouldn't say a word. Then my husband said,
おい、純子はどこにもあらんぞ。誠、純子はどこじゃ。
Hey, where's Junko? I can't find Junko anywhere. Makoto? Where's Junko?
おい、誠。
Hey, Makoto!
その言葉を聞いた誠はすごい勢いで表へ飛び出していったんです。
When Makoto heard Junko's name, he rushed out of the house.
わけがわからないまま私たちはひとまず二人の帰りを待つことにしました。
We were in shock, but we waited patiently for the two of them to come back.
けれどあの子たちはなかなか帰ってきませんでした。
They didn't return.
9時を過ぎ私たちは警察に連絡しました。その直後
At around 9 p.m. we called the police, and shortly after that,
玄関の引き戸が開く音がしたんです。
I heard the front door slide open.
よかった、二人が帰ってきたと思い
I thought, thank goodness, they're
ほ
back.
っとした私たちは慌てて玄関まで二人を出迎えに行きました。
So we rushed to the front door to greet them.
でも
But instead,
そこにいたのは純子だけでした。
Junko was the only one there.
泣きながら純子が一人で帰ってきたんです。
She had returned without Makoto, in tears.
誠と一緒じゃないのと聞いても純子はただ泣くばかりで何も答えません。
Sorry. Like I said, didn't sleep well last night. When I asked about Makoto, she just cried harder and wouldn't speak.
しばらくして到着した警察の方々が問いかけても
The police eventually showed up and tried to speak to Junko.
やはり純子は何も話そうとはしませんでした。
But she wouldn't say anything.
その夜私たちは懸命に誠を探しました。
Later that night, we searched far and wide for Makoto.
ご近所の皆さんも警察に協力して村中を探してくださいましたが
Neighbors and police helped us comb the entire village, but
結局誠は見つかりませんでした。
we couldn't find him anywhere.
あの日以来誠は私たちの前から姿を消したままなんです。
And we've never seen him since. Oh. Alright. We have Kusei siblings and observations.
誠さんと純子さんはとても仲が良い兄弟だったと村の方から伺いました。
A neighbor I spoke with said that Makoto and Junko were very close as brother and sister.
そんなご兄弟にその日一体何があったんですか？
So what could have happened that day to separate such tight-knit siblings? I'm guessing she doesn't know. Yeah. Think?
話したくないことなのか。吉江さんは黙ってしまった。
Maybe it's just a painful memory she doesn't want to relive. She's stopped talking for now.
話したくないこと。
Okay, so...
吉江さん、
She looking at my plastic bag?
あなたが持ってきたそれって。
What's that you brought with you?
これですか。村の方にいただいたんです。
Oh, this? One of the villagers gave it to me.
そう。
I see.
あの子たちはナスが大好きだったんですよ。
My
特に誠の方が。
grandkids loved eggplant, especially Makoto.
そうらしいですね。
That's what I heard.
ちょっと昔話に付き合ってもらっていいかしら。
Will you listen to another little story?
ぜひ聞かせてください。
I'd love to, please.
誠はおとなしくて素直な、とても心の優しい男の子だったの。
Makoto was just a quiet, honest, and kind-hearted boy.
のんびり屋さんの誠は友達からからかわれてもニコニコするだけで、
He smiled all the time, even if a friend was teasing him.
怒ったりすることはなかったわね。
And he never got angry.
とても優しいお兄ちゃんだったの。
He was a sweet brother to Junko.
しっかり者の純子は何を言われても怒らない兄が歯がゆいのか。
Junko used to be annoyed that Makoto never seemed to get angry.
しょっちゅう誠の代わりに怒っていたの。それでいつもこう言うの。
She'd get angry on his behalf sometimes. She'd say,
お兄ちゃんは私がいなきゃダメなの。私がお兄ちゃんを守ってあげるの。
Who's gonna protect you, big brother? It's me. I've got to do it since you won't protect yourself.
ね、
I can almost hear it.
お兄ちゃんを守るんだっていつも言ってたわ。
She always said she would protect her big brother.
そのナスはきっと田山さんからいただいたのね。
You got those eggplants from Tayama, didn't you? Yes. Okay, I guess that's it.
いつも小さい妹にやり込められてるお兄ちゃんだったけど、
He was one of those big brothers who sort of let his younger sister call the shots, but
誠はそんな純子が可愛くて仕方なかったの。
deep down he knew she was his little sister. She was so adorable. Hold on, I need to sit back in my chair. My back's starting to die.
きっと幼い純子にも分かっていたでしょう。
And even as feisty as Junko was, I'm sure she looked up to him as a big brother.
普段は頼りなく見えるお兄ちゃんに、
Even when he seemed a bit soft.
いつも自分が守られているんだって。
He was always protecting her.
純子のこととなると人が変わったようになるのよ、誠って。
When it came to Junko, it was almost like Makoto was a different person.
普段はとても臆病でね、明かりのない田舎の夜道をとても怖がってたの。
He was usually so timid. He was scared of the dark country roads at night.
日が暮れると家から出ようとしなかったのは、あの子がいなくなったあの日まで変わらなかったわ。
In fact, he didn't want to leave the house after dark, at least until the day he disappeared.
でもそんな誠がある夜、純子が突然熱を出した時にね。
But one night, when Junko suddenly came down with a high fever,
真夜中だっていうのに一人で病院まで走ってお医者さんを叩き起こして無理やり連れてきたのよ。
Makoto ran to the hospital by himself in the middle of the night to alert a doctor.
あの時のお医者さんとても驚いていたわ。あの臆病な誠が夜中に訪ねてくるなんてって。
Can you imagine how the doctor reacted? He couldn't believe Makoto had done that.
そしてその晩は一睡もせずに純子を見守って過ごしたの。
And Makoto actually stayed up that whole night watching over Junko. The fact that Taro reacted makes me think it's time to think. Never mind.
妹の純子が可愛くて仕方ない。本当にいいお兄ちゃんなの、誠は。
Junko was so sweet to Makoto, and he was a protective big brother.
両親を事故で亡くした当時。
Sorry if that showed up on the mic, I bumped the cord. Junko and Makoto's parents died in a terrible accident.
まだ小さかった純子は村に来てからもしばらくは泣いて。
Oh, we had a bunch of dropped frames. Oh no. I guess my internet blipped out for a second. Because I did see on my phone, it was like, oh, reconnecting to chat. But it looks like we're fine right now. Junko was still a baby. She cried all the time, even after coming to the village.
親に甘えたい盛りの子供にとってどれだけ辛かったことか。
It must have been so hard. She couldn't have the love she needed from her parents.
根は甘えん坊なの、純子は。
Junko did cry a lot, poor thing. Is it think time? No. Back to Makoto then?
そんな妹を兄の誠は言葉をかけるでもなく微笑みながらただ見守るのが常でした。
Makoto would watch over his sister with a smile on his face, not saying a word.
お兄ちゃんは悲しくないのって時々純子が怒っていました。決まって誠は。
Sometimes Junko would tease him and ask if he was sad, but Makoto would just say,
純子がいるから俺は寂しくない。だから悲しくないよ。
I could never be sad.
そう言っていたのよ。
I could never be sad with you as a little sister. That's what he always said. Oh, now do we think? No. Now do we switch over to Junko? Observations.
純子が眠った後、
Some nights after Junko went to sleep,
一人で誠が泣いていたことにはもちろん気づいていました。
I noticed that Makoto would cry alone.
でも私たちの前ではそんな素振りを見せず、いつもニコニコしていたのよ。
He never showed that sort of emotion in front of us. He was usually all smiles.
そんな誠の心が純子を癒し、
The poor-
育んでくれました。
The poor boy had helped heal and nurture Junko.
純子だけではなく、私たち家族にとって
There's-
誠はかけがえのない存在だったの。
It shows a lot of dialogue for 2 sentences. I wish there was an easier way to tell like when like the dialogue ends and whatnot. Those precious kids, they're both irreplaceable. Is that all?
お互いに支え合って幼い日々を過ごした久世刑事と誠さんは
So young Detective Kuse and her brother Makoto had a strong bond as children.
強い絆で結ばれた兄弟だった。
Sounds like they were as happy as a brother and sister can be.
18年前のその日、そんな二人の間に何があったというんだろう。
So what could have happened between them on that day 18 years ago?
その話はまだ聞けていない。
That piece of the puzzle is still missing.
何かきっかけがあると思うんだけど。
There must have been something to trigger their actions that day. Observations? No? Okay. Makoto. Junko. Think.
何かきっかけがあると思うんだけど。
What could have happened to them? Okay.
紫色の花だ。
They're purple flowers.
紫色の花。
Purple flowers.
あなた
Say. Yes?
ナスの花って見たことあるかしら？
Have you ever seen an eggplant flower?
いいえ。どうなんだろう。
I don't know. No?
もしかして、誠さん失踪の当日に部屋に散らばってた花って。
I wonder if the scattered petals, flower petals she mentioned could have been.
ナスはね、とても綺麗な紫色の花をつけるのよ。
Well, they have very pretty purple flowers.
純子が一番好きな紫色の。
A shade of purple, just like Junko's favorite.
実は誠がいなくなった夜、ようやく落ち着いた純子が話してくれたんです。
On the night that Makoto disappeared, Junko finally calmed down and spoke with me.
私たちがいない時に何があったのか、どうして部屋にナスの花が散らばっていたのか。
She explained what had happened and why there were eggplant flower petals everywhere. Oh
当
ho?
時私たち夫婦は家庭菜園を趣味にしていてね、よく食卓に育てた野菜を並べていたの。
Back then, my husband and I were avid gardeners. We made wonderful meals from our vegetable garden.
そうしたらおいしいおいしいって食べているうちに興味を持ったのか。
Naturally, the kids took an interest, especially when they tasted how delicious everything was.
純子が私もお野菜育てたいって言い始めたの。
Junko started saying, I want to grow vegetables too.
いろんなお野菜や果物があるけど、純子は何が作りたいと聞いたら、
I asked her what kind of vegetables she was most interested in growing, and she said,
お兄ちゃんが大好きなナスって言ってね。
eggplants, because my brother loves them so much.
お兄ちゃんのお誕生日はそれでお祝いするから内緒にしてねって。
Let's grow some for his birthday as a surprise.
それはもう可愛らしくて可愛らしくて。
She was just so adorable.
ナスなら小さな純子でもできると考えた私たちは、虫が苦手な誠があまり立ち入らない裏庭で、
Anyway, we thought she could manage some eggplants, so we staked out a small plot in the backyard.
こっそり育てることにしました。
We figured Makoto wouldn't find it because he hated the bugs back there. It was going to be a secret. That's a lot of text for such a short amount of dialogue.
純子と誠の誕生月の7月に収穫ができるように、
The plan was to harvest in July, which was when both kids had their birthdays.
種をまいた後、純子は熱心にお世話をしてね。大きく大きくおいしくなーれって一生懸命で。
She's still going. And Junko looked after them every day. She was almost egging on the eggplants to grow.
純子が愛情を注いだこともあってか、ナスは順調に育ち、ある朝小さな花をいくつも咲かせたの。
Well, Junko was a terrific gardener, and the eggplants grew nicely with lots of blooming flowers.
純子は大喜びで、いつ取れるいつ取れるって何度も聞いてきたわ。
She was just overjoyed. She'd ask me every day when we could finally harvest them.
これなら誠のお誕生日あたりになりそうねと教えると、笑顔で飛び跳ねてね。
When I told her that it would be around the time of Makoto's birthday, she was overjoyed.
花が咲いたその日が自分の誕生日だってことも忘れて。
She was so excited she didn't realize that the flowers were going to bloom on her birthday.
そんな純子が学校から帰ってきたその時のことです。
So she came home from school that day. I'm home.
純子、おかえり。今日は純子にプレゼントがあるぞ。
Hey Junko, guess what? I have a present for you.
プレゼント？
A present? What for?
じゃーん。純子の好きな紫色の花だ。お誕生日おめでとう。
It's your birthday. I got some flowers in your favorite shade of purple. Happy birthday.
お兄ちゃん、それ
But are those...
大したものはあげられないけど、兄ちゃんからのプレゼントだよ。
I know it's not much, but I really thought you'd like them.
裏庭で見つけたんだ。いっぱい咲いててさ、綺麗だろ。
And they were just in our backyard. Can you believe it? So full and so beautiful and in full bloom.
誠
Oof.
も純子を喜ばせたい一心だったんでしょうね。
I know
その花は
his heart was in the right place, but oh, what he had done.
その花はナスの
Those are eggplant flowers.
兄ちゃんのバカ。それは純子が育ててたナスの花なんだよ。
You idiot! I was growing those.
兄ちゃんの誕生日プレゼントにって純子が大切に育ててたのに。
I planted them for you, and I've been tending to them for months and... What?
お兄ちゃんなんか大嫌い。もう知らない。どっかに行っちゃえばいいのに。
I hate you! I hate you! I wish you'd just go away. Oof.
純子。
Junko.
これが私が純子から聞いた話です。
That's how Junko remembers it.
18年前、そんなことがあったのか。
So that's what happened 18 years ago.
自分にとって最もかけがえのない、
That must have been traumatizing.
いつも当たり前のようにいてくれた存在が自分の言葉でいなくなる。
For Junko to have lost her brother like that after such an intense fight.
幼い日の久世刑事はさぞ自分を責めただろう。生きた心地がしなかったに違いない。
I'm sure she took it hard. She probably blamed herself.
そして誠さん自身も何よりも大切にしていた妹からのその言葉に。
And poor Makoto, to have upset his sister so much when he only ever wanted to make her happy.
相当なショックを受けたことだろう。
The whole incident sounds like it was a shock.
お互いを強く思い合う行動が久世兄弟を引き裂いてしまうなんて。
What an irony, that their love for each other is what ultimately tore them apart.
あまりにも悲しい。
It's so sad.
吉江さんの話を聞こ
Okay, talk again then. Oh! They finally added it so that the menu loops around. Because I noticed in the previous game it wasn't like that.
その後純子は自分のせいだ自分のせいだってワンワン泣いてひどく落ち込んでしまって。
Junko was so depressed after the incident. She cried and cried, feeling like it was all her fault.
なんとか元気づけられる方法はないかといろいろ考えてね。
I tried to think of ways to cheer her up.
何の慰めにもならないかもしれないけど、部屋に散らばったナスの花を使って押し花のしおりを作ったの。
I don't know if it made a difference, but at one point I helped her press some of the flowers into bookmarks.
純子、大丈夫よ。これをお守りにしてみんなで持っていれば必ず誠は帰ってくるからって。
I told her that we'd keep them as good luck charms. Maybe they would help bring Makoto back one day.
言い聞かせてね。
I repeated that again and again, almost like a mantra. That is not the right button.
それから私たち、特に純子はナスの押し花のしおりを肌身離さず持っているのよ。
Since then, we've carried ours everywhere. Junko especially treasures hers.
吉江さん、もうすぐ夕食の時間ですよ。
Yoshie, dinner will be ready soon.
ほら、もうそんな時間。おしゃべりしているとあっという間ね。
Oh, already? Well, time flies when you get chatting, doesn't it?
いろいろ話も聞けたし、そろそろおいとました方が良さそうだ。
I've heard lots of stories. It's probably time for me to head out.
私から話せるのはこれくらいね。少しは役に立ったかしら。
I think I've told you just about everything. I hope it helps at least a little bit.
はい。っていうか、
Yes, I mean...
ここまで話してもらえるとは思っていなかったもので。
Really, you shared much more than I expected.
あらそう。純子に怒られちゃうかしらね。
Is that so? Oh, I wonder if Junko will be upset. Uh-oh.
大丈夫。純子には言わないわよ。
Oh, don't be nervous. I won't tell her.
やっぱり分かっていらっしゃる。
She gets it.
今日は本当にありがとうございました。遅くまでお時間いただいてしまってすみません。
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me today. I hope I haven't overstayed.
久しぶりに純子や誠の話ができて楽しかったわ。こちらこそありがとうね。
Don't be silly. I haven't spoken to anyone about Junko or Makoto in a long time. It was a pleasure.
探偵さん。
Just one more thing, Mr. Detective.
ナスの花言葉って知ってるかしら。
Do you know what eggplant flowers represent?
花言葉ですか？
No, I'm afraid I
わからな
don't.
いです
Oh, he was still speaking. God
つつ
damn
ま
it.
しい幸福、真実、そして希望なんですって。
Well, they represent happiness, truth, and hope.
つつましい幸福、真実、希望。
Happiness, truth, and hope.
素敵な花言葉ですね。
That's lovely. Thank you for sharing.
純子が教えてくれたのよ。
Junko told me about that, believe it or not.
この押し花のしおりを持っていれば、いつかきっと誠が帰ってくる。
She clings to the hope that if we hold on to the pressed flower bookmarks, one day Makoto will come back.
純子も私もそう信じているの。
I guess we both cling to that hope, actually.
ナスを持った探偵さんが誠の話を聞きに来た。これも何かのご縁なのかしらね。
Now, today, a detective with a bag of eggplants came to talk to me about Makoto. Feels like fate.
そう思ってあなたには包み隠さず話そうと思ったの。
Anyhow, I guess that's why I felt like I ought to tell you the whole story.
なぜかしら。あなたなら純子と誠を引き合わせてくれるような気がするわ。
I can't explain it, but I have a gut feeling that you'll be the one to finally reunite Junko and Makoto.
また何かあればいつでもいらしてちょうだいね。
Well, if you need any more information, please feel free to come back anytime.
はい。それでは失礼します。
Thank you, I will. I'll get going now. Shouldn't you, shouldn't you get some, like, contact information so that you can, make an appointment next time? Oops. Oh. No Ayumi section this chapter, I guess.
ただいま戻りました。
Hello, I'm back.
あってあれ？
Wait, what? So wearing this jacket again, I guess. Thanks for all your hard work today. Let's get after it again tomorrow, Ayumi.
あゆみちゃんもう帰っちゃったのか。
Has Ayumi gone home already?
夜も遅いけど、今日の調査のまとめをしなきゃ。
Well, it's late, but I should probably wrap up today's investigation. Time to review!
久世刑事こと純子と兄の誠は幼い頃に両親を亡くして祖父母に引き取られた。
Detective Kuze and her brother lost their parents at a young age and were raised by grandparents.
吉江さん夫婦や村の人から愛され見守られて過ごした兄弟は
The grandmother Yoshie helped make sure that they were raised in a loving environment in the village.
とても仲が良くお互いを支え合っていたようだ
It sounds like they formed a close and supportive family.
ところが純子の9つの誕生日の夜にある出来事によって
But something terrible happened on Junko's 9th birthday.
純子が泣きながら家を飛び出してしまったその理由とは
Junko ran out of the house in tears because Makoto picked the eggplant flowers.
誠がナスの花を摘んでしまったからだ
I already read that.
そうだ誠が摘んだナスの花は自分のために純子が大切に育てていたものだったんだ
Yes, she was upset because she had been carefully growing the eggplants for him.
純子が自分のために育ててくれていたナスを台無しにしてしまったことを理解した誠は
When he realized he had ruined the surprise gift of eggplants that Junko had been growing,
放心してしまっていたため純子が外に飛び出したことに気づいていなかった
Makoto was stunned and didn't notice that Junko had run off.
夜も更けた頃純子が家にいないことを知った誠は妹を探しに家を飛び出したまま
Eventually, he realized she was gone, so he left home in search of his sister,
戻ってこなかった
and he never returned.
泣きながら一人で家に帰ってきた純子は誠がいなくなったのは自分のせいだと吉江さんに言った
When Junko returned, still in tears, she said she thought it was her fault Makoto was gone.
しかし一体何があって一人で帰ってきたのかまではわからない状態だ
But I'm still missing details about what happened while they were away, and why she returned alone.
もしかすると誰にも話していない何かがあるのかもしれない
I've got to reveal a bit more of the puzzle,
だとすれば
and I think
久世刑事本人から聞く他にはない僕にそれを聞く勇気があるかないかは置いといて
I'll have to suck it up and speak with Detective Kuze herself. Of course, even if I have the courage,
そんなこと僕に答えてくれるわけないよな
I doubt she'd be willing to give me the whole story.
そういえば当時ひどく落ち込む純子を元気づけようと
Alright. Sorry. After the fact, Junko was obviously upset, and Yoshie tried to cheer her up.
吉江さんはあるものを作ったと言っていたの確かそれは
Yoshie said that they crafted something together, right? What was it that they made? Select a keyword from your notebook. Okay. This new gameplay mechanics. Oh, not Makoto. Junko was who I was going to. Terrified state. Bookmark containing a pressed eggplant flower.
そうナスの花を押し花にしたしおりだ
Yes, bookmarks with pressed eggplant flowers.
久世刑事と吉江さんは今もそのしおりを肌身離さず持っているみたいだ
It sounds like Detective Kuze and Yoshie each still carry one of the bookmarks around with them.
ナスの花言葉はつつましい幸福真実そして希望
And Yoshie told me that eggplant flowers represent happiness, truth, and hope.
その気持ちと符合するナスの花の花言葉を胸に
Keeping that symbolism in my mind,
彼女はお兄さんが今もどこかで生きていると信じ刑事を志したんじゃないかな
I wonder if Junko was inspired to become a detective because she believed her brother was still out there.
そして久世刑事は村を出たその数年後一人暮らしになった祖母の吉江さんは
Eventually, Junko grew up and moved away. A few years later, after Yoshie's husband passed,
リラクスゆかり子村という老人ホームへと移った
Yoshie moved to a retirement home called Relax Yukaniko Village.
住む人がいなくなったクゼさんたちの家は
And for now, the Kusei family home is vacant, but the house will be demolished
も
soon.
うすぐ取り壊されることになっている。その家にクゼ刑事が最終チェックのために来ていたようだ。
Yes, that's right. And Detective Kusei stopped by recently for a final check of sorts.
3日前ということは佐々木くんの遺体が発見される前日か。
It must have been 3 days ago, or 1 day before Eisuke Sasaki's body was found.
待てよ。隣の人に引き止められたクゼ刑事は
Wait, didn't Detective Kusei tell the neighbor?
明日が早くから仕事だからと断って帰った。つまりこれは
That she had to get going because she'd be working early the next morning. But
佐々木くんの事件を予想したまさに刑事の勘。
does that mean she's such a good detective that she knew there'd be a murder?
なわけないか。
No, that'd be crazy.
我ながら今日は頑張ったんじゃないか。
I think I did pretty well today, if I say so myself.
自分で自分を褒めてあげたい気分だ。
Feel like patting myself on the back.
さて、明日の調査方針も決めておかないと。
Now I need to decide on a plan for tomorrow. Don't you yawn, you're gonna make me yawn. Oh no, I can feel it. It's coming. Oh no. Why? Bruh. I was already yawning and then the game fucking yawns? Bro.
さすがに今日は疲れたな。明日改めてあゆみちゃんと相談して決めよう。
I'm too tired right now. Let's talk with Ayumi first thing in the morning and decide.
アップだ。携帯電話の充電を忘れるとこだった。
Oh shoot, I almost forgot to charge my cell phone.
今日こそちゃんとするぞ。
I've got to be sure to do it now. Okay, so we're not going to be phoneless during the next chapter. Chapter 4, A Suspect. We have a suspect this
お
time.
はようございます。すいません、遅くなりました。
Alright, so we're wearing this one this time. Good morning, sorry I'm late.
あれ、あゆみちゃんいないな。調査に出かけちゃったのかな。
Oh, Ayumi's not even here. Is she out investigating? Oh.
はい、もしもし。
Yes, hello?
昨日は遅かったみたいね。
Hey, Taro. Late night for you yesterday?
でもいろんなことが分かったんだ。
It was, yeah. But I learned quite a bit.
そうなんだ。すごく気になるわ。
Oh, really? I'd love to hear all about it.
期待してていいよ。今どこ？すぐにでも話しておきたいんだけど。
That's great, because I can't wait to tell you all about it. Where are you?
ごめんなさい。実は私、
Oh, sorry, I'm actually... Hmm?
午後から福山先輩と会うことになってるの。
I'm actually supposed to meet with Mr. Fukuyama this afternoon.
福山先輩と。そうなんだ。
Mr. Fukuyama. Oh, right.
先輩、学校でいろいろと話を聞いてくれるって言ってたから、
He said that he'd talk to some more kids at the school, so...
何か有力な手がかりがあるのかも。期待しちゃうわね。
I'm hoping he's come up with something promising. Maybe a lead? I'm getting my hopes up.
うん、そうだね。
Yeah, I hear you.
あなたは今日どんな調査をするの？
What are you going to investigate today?
僕は図書館の資料室に行って18年前の事件を調べようと思ってるんだ。
I think I'll go to the library archives and look up how they covered those murders 18 years ago.
わかったわ。気をつけて行ってきてね。
Sounds good. Stay safe. Bye.
ありがとう。あゆみちゃんも気をつけてね。あ、福山先輩によろしく。
Thanks, Ayumi. You stay safe too. Oh, and say hello to Mr. Fukuyama for. Oh, she hung up. Okay then.
行ってきます。
I'm off. No one here to say bye to.
早速中に入って調査を始めようと言いたいところだけど。
I'd like to head in and start investigating as soon as possible, but
18年も前の事件のことを調べるんだから、闇雲に調査していたら時間を無駄にしてしまう。
I probably ought to have a plan. The murders were 18 years ago, so I'm sure I'll have to do some digging. So I guess we think to come up with a plan, probably.
闇雲に調べても効率が悪いよな。
Doesn't make sense to dive in without a plan. That's why I'm trying to think of a plan.
そうだ、先生に効率的な方法を教えてもらおう。
Yes, that's right. I should check with Mr. Utsugi to see if he has any advice.
ほんと、携帯電話って便利だな。
Sure is nice to have this cell phone. Watch him just not even answer. Never mind. Oh, Tara, how can I help you?
これから図書館で18年前の事件を調べようと思っているんですが。
So I'm about to go into the library to see what I can find out about the cases from 18 years ago.
何かいい調べ方や注目すべき部分があれば教えていただきたいなって。
But I thought I'd check with you first to see if you had any advice for researching or anything to avoid.
そうだな。
Let's see.
連続事件の場合、最初の事件に注目するべきだ。すべてはそこから始まったんだからね。
Well, look for serial girl murders, since that's what it was called, and pay close attention to the first
事
case.
件が起きた年全体の報じられ方もざっとでいいので見ておいた方がいいだろう。
You want to learn how the incident was reported and how the news covered the story that year.
それから資料を見てから自分なりに考えることも当然重要になる。
Then once you've gone over the material, you'll want to review your notes to see what jumps out.
気になる部分や引っかかることがあるときは重点的に調べることをお勧めするよ。
If something seems off, I'd recommend focusing in on that point and investigating further.
18年前に起きたことの一つ一つがいずれはつながることだろう。
I think you'll find a lot of connections between the events of 18 years ago and by the time you're done.
誠さんの失踪も無関係ではない。僕はそう考えているんだ。そして
I strongly believe that Makoto's disappearance is related to the murders, and
その延長線上に佐々木英介の事件の真相が見えてくるんじゃないかな。
I wouldn't be surprised if the information you uncover helps us get to the bottom of the Sasaki case as well.
なるほど。ありがとうございます、先生。
That makes sense. Thank you, sir.
今回の事件はきっとエミオという都市伝説のルーツに帰着するだろう。
I also have a strong suspicion that the urban legend of Emio the Smiling Man will play into it all.
そう信じて調査をしているんだ。
At least that's my current assumption as I investigate.
事務所をほったらかしにして申し訳ないとは思っているよ。
In any case, I must apologize for leaving the office frequently unattended.
大丈夫です。こっちはあゆみちゃんと僕に任せてください。
It's no problem at all, sir. Ayumi and I can take care of things.
優秀な女子たちがいて頼もしい限りだ。頼んだよ。
Thank you. I'm fortunate to have such excellent assistants. I'm counting on you both.
わかりました。失礼します。
Thank you, sir. I'll be off now.
先生の声を聞くと力が湧いてくる。頑張るぞ。
Talking with Mr. Utsugi is always inspirational. I've got a lot to live up to. In we go.
中に入ろう。
Alright, let's go inside. There were a lot of highlighted words in what he was saying, so...
事件について調べるのはやっぱり新聞の祝殺版だ。
Let's see, I'm guessing newspaper archives will be the best source for information on all the cases.
ひとまず18年前の新聞の縮刷版を1年分持ってきてはみたけど。
I have a year's worth of papers from 18 years ago to get started on.
重かった。
They're heavy!
などという泣き言は置いといて、早速調べてみよう。
Anyway, I'll stop whining for now and check them out. So I think July was when Makoto disappeared and when the killings stopped. So it would have been before then. Oh, do we have information on? No, we don't know when when the killings happened exactly. It was just 18 years ago. So I guess we'll start with January, February.
18年前の1月と2月の分の縮刷版だ。
These are newspaper clippings from January and February of 18 years ago.
連続少女殺人事件。
Let's see, when was the
最初の
first?
事件はいつ起きたのだろうか。
He keeps pausing and I think he's done. Let's see, when was the first serial murder?
事件の記事は
The date on this article about the case is
2月に最初の事件が起きたようだ。
I found it. It looks like the first murder was committed in February of that year.
17歳の橋爪彩香という少女が虐殺され、幸福市の浜辺で遺体で発見された。
A 17-year-old named Ayaka Hashizume was found on the beach at Kofuku City, strangled.
その少女の自宅は遺体が発見された前日に火事で全焼。焼け跡から少女の父親と思われる遺体が見つかった。
Her house had burned down just the day before, and her father's body was found in the wreckage.
当初は親子の無理心中である可能性や
Initial reports suggested that the father may have killed her and then himself.
何者かに親子ともども殺された可能性などがあるとして警察は調査を進めていたようだ。
Later reports pointed to the possibility that a third party may have killed both father and child.
さらに
Also,
その後被害者である少女と親しかった人物が失踪していたことも書かれている。
the article mentions a missing person who was reported to be close to the girl.
少女の遺体の頭に紙袋がかぶせられていた件は一切報道されていない。
But there's nothing in all of these articles about the police finding a paper bag on the head of the victim.
火事はなぜ起きたのだろう。父親は火事が起きたことに気づかなかったんだろうか。
What caused the fire? And why wasn't Ayaka's father able to escape?
そして被害者の少女と親しかった人物が姿を消した理由と
And what about that missing person?
1件目の事件には不可解な点がいくつかあるな。
There are a lot of missing pieces in this first case for sure. What about March, April?
3月と4月の分の縮刷版だ。
These are newspaper clippings from March and April of 18 years ago.
2月に起きた1件目の事件の続報がたまに載っているけど、紙面での扱いはさほど大きくないようだ。
It seems there were occasional follow-up articles after the February crime, but not much coverage overall.
めぼしい新情報は特に出てこない。
There isn't any new information that can help me. 5-6.
18年前の5月と6月の分の縮刷版だ。
These are newspaper clippings from May and June of 18 years ago.
2件目の事件が起きたのは最初の事件からおよそ3ヶ月後の5月。
Looks like the second murder took place in May, about 3 months after the first. That is not the right button.
まずは2件目の事件の記事。これだ。
For now, let's dive into the details about the second case. Here we go.
被害者は高木幸子、15歳の少女。
The The victim was a 15-year-old girl named Sachiko Tagaki.
1件目と同じ幸福市で起きた少女虐殺事件であることから
Because the second victim was also a young girl who was strangled in Kofuku City,
警察は早い段階から1件目の事件と同一犯による犯行の可能性もあると発表
the police announced early on that both crimes may have been committed by the same person.
遺体の頭に紙袋がかぶせられていたことは新聞紙面には当然ながら載っていない
Still, they never did mention the detail about the paper bag.
近所の人の証言によると
According to a neighbor of the second victim,
被害者の少女は家庭環境に問題があったらしく夜一人で泣いているところをしばしば目撃されていたか
the young girl in question came from a troubled home and was often seen crying alone at night.
連続殺人の可能性が高まったことで紙面での扱いは大きくなっているようだ
The possibility of a serial killer seems to have sparked more newspaper coverage at the time,
そして3件目の事件は6月に起きた
and the third incident happened in June.
3件目の事件が起きたのは6月記事を
The third incident occurred in June. Here's the article about it.
被害者は井上美香17歳の少女1件目2件目と同じく10代の少女だ
The third victim was Mika Inoue, a 17-year-old girl, another teen girl just like the first two.
その日は友人関係のトラブルがあったらしく泣きながら下校
Oh hey, isn't this the park from the intro movie? She reportedly had a falling out with friends that day and left her school in tears.
そのまま家に帰らなかったところを襲われた模様
However, it seems she didn't go straight home. Instead, she must have been attacked.
3件目の被害者も幸福市在住で殺害方法も1件目2件目と同じで首を絞められている
The third victim was also from Kofuku City and was strangled in the same way as the first two victims.
ここにも同一犯による犯行の可能性があると書かれているな
The article does mention the possibility of all three cases being connected by a common killer.
紙袋のことは
Let's see what they say about the paper bag.
やはり触れられていないな
Still no mention of it. Then July.
18年前の7月と8月の分の祝殺版だ
These are newspaper clippings from July and August of 18 years ago.
連続少女殺人事件に関する報道がかなり過熱している連日のような大きく紙面を割いている
Seems like the serial girl murders garnered a lot of coverage. There were articles every day.
ただ報道自体は多いけど事件解決につながるような新情報は見当たらない
Still, despite all the ink spilled, I'm not seeing many details that might help me actually solve the case.
連続少女殺人事件に関する報道
Okay. I thought he was going to say something about Makoto, but I guess maybe Makoto's disappearance was never reported. So let me just... Yeah, my phone's... I didn't fully charge my phone before stream, so I'm keeping an eye on it. I think it should be fine. It carries through to the end, but or to the end of the stream, not the end of the game. We're obviously not getting there today.
18年前の9月と10月の分の祝殺版だ
These are newspaper clippings from September and October of 18 years ago.
連続少女殺人事件を報じる記事はそれほど多くない
Not many articles reporting on the serial girl murders.
その時には続報がなかったせいだろうか
Maybe there was nothing new to report by that time.
18年前の11月と12月の分の祝殺版だ
These are the newspaper clippings of November and December of 18 years ago.
連続少女殺人事件を報じる記事はほとんど見当たらない
I'm not seeing much coverage of the serial girl murders at this point.
でも隅の方に少しだけか
Just a few short mentions, typically in blurbs off to the side.
新情報が出ない以上マスコミとしては報じようがなかったのかもしれない
If there was no new information, there wouldn't have been much for the media to report on.
よし、1年分の祝冊版は一通り調べたぞ。
Okay, I've gone through a year's worth of newspaper
そう
clippings.
いえば、
While I'm thinking about it,
誠さんの失踪に関する記事はあるんだろうか。
I wonder if there's an article on Makoto's disappearance.
誠さんが失踪したのは確か
I believe Makoto disappeared in July.
7月だ。もう一度7、8月の祝冊版を見てみよう。
July. Let's take another look at the clippings from July and August.
誠さんのことは
Is there anything on Makoto?
あった、これだ。記事の扱いはあまり大きくないな。
Here we go, just a snippet of an article.
14歳少年失踪、ゆかり小村。
14-year-old boy reported missing from Yukariko village.
村を挙げて夜通し捜索したが、現在も消息はつかめていない。
Everyone in the village searched through the night, but the boy remains missing.
当時から連続少女殺人事件との関連性はないと見られていたようだ。
Although the timing was curious, no one suggested a connection to the serial girl murders.
先生も鎌田警部も、誠さんの失踪は無関係とは思えないと言っていたけど。
That said, both Mr. Utsugi and Inspector Kamada seemed to suspect there was a connection.
実際のところどうなんだろうな。
I've got to get to the bottom of this.
ここまでで分かったこととしては、
Here's what I've learned so far.
警察が連続少女殺人事件は同一犯による連続殺人の可能性が高いと公表していたということだ。
The police announced that the serial girl murders were most likely committed by a single killer.
非公開であるにもかかわらず、被害者は全員同様の紙袋をかぶって亡くなっていたんだから。
Although it was never mentioned, each of the victims was found with a paper bag on their head.
そう判断するのは当然だろう。
With that information, it seems obvious.
2件目の事件が起きて以降、1件目の事件が再度取り上げられたり、
Anyway, after the second murder, the first case came back into the spotlight.
連続少女殺人事件についての記事の数が分かりやすく増えていたけど、
And while media interest in the serial girl murders remained high for a while,
8月頃になると事件を報じた記事はめっきり減っている。捜査の難航に加え、
it tapered off around August, probably because there were no new leads or information.
誠さんの失踪以来、新たな被害者が出ていないこともあるんだろう。
Also, no new victims, thankfully, if you don't count Makoto's disappearance.
その理由は、
Now, why is that?
一通り18年前の事件について読んでみたけど、気になるところをもう少し重点的に調べてみよう。
I've read a lot about the murders of 18 years ago, but now I'll focus on some key
気
parts.
になるのはやはり1件目だ。先生も最初の事件に注目すべしと教えてくれたし、
I think the first case is critical to the investigation. Mr. Utsugi thinks so too, as he told me to focus on it. Okay.
気になったのは1件目の事件だ。3件の事件の中でも不可解な点が多い。
The first case really did catch my attention. It's the most curious of the three.
もう少し詳しく調べてみよう。
I should investigate it a bit more thoroughly.
最初の事件の被害者は橋爪彩香という17歳の少女だ。
The victim in the first case was Ayaka Hashizume, a 17-year-old girl.
2月16日の朝、人目につきにくい幸福市の海辺で発見された。
She was found on the morning of February 16th in a secluded beach area in Kofuku City.
第一発見者は釣りに来た近所に住む男性。この男性にはアリバイがあり、事件とは無関係だった。
A local fisherman found the body. He had an airtight alibi and was immediately ruled out as a suspect.
彩香は素手で首を絞められて殺されていた。死亡推定時刻は前日の夜ということだ。
Forensics reported the cause of death as strangulation with bare hands. Time of death was the night before.
彩香は亡くなったその日、勤めていた町工場を辞めている。
Turns out that Ayaka had quit her job at a local factory the same day she died.
工場の社長の話では、事件の数日前に相談があり、特に揉めることなく円満に退職したという。
However, her supervisor at the factory reported that she left on good terms and had already given notice.
この事件で最も気になるのは、
All of that said, I have a few major concerns with the facts of the case.
綾香と接点があり、重要参考人だと考えられていた2人の人物の顛末についてだ。
They relate to two key people involved who had connections to Ayaka.
重要参考人のうちの1人は、綾香の父親の橋爪学。
One of the key figures was Manabu Hashizume, Ayaka's father.
綾香は幸福市で父親と2人暮らしだった。
He and Ayaka lived together in Kofuku City.
その家は、綾香が遺体で発見された前夜、火事によって全焼しており、
However, their house was destroyed in a fire the night before Ayaka was found dead.
焼け跡から綾香の父親とおぼしき男性の焼死体が発見されたのだという。
And a body was recovered in the ruins. It was believed to be Ayaka's father. What do you mean believed? I guess this is significantly far in the past. Maybe we didn't have the forensic tools to properly identify him.
父親が娘の綾香に手をかけて海辺に遺棄した後、自宅に戻って焼身自殺したとも考えられたが、
Some speculated that the father could have killed Ayaka before returning home and killing himself.
状況的にやや不自然なところが見られるようだ。さらに
However, that theory didn't necessarily hold up to scrutiny. And what's more,
この数ヶ月後、第2、第3の事件が起きたことで話は変わってくる。
the second and third murders a few months later further complicated the situation.
綾香の事件と同時期に焼死した父親が第2、第3の事件を起こせるはずもないし、
Because even if Ayaka's father was guilty, he died in the fire. He couldn't have killed the others. Crack theory. What if the body wasn't actually the father? What if the father killed the other dude and set the house ablaze so that they'd think the body was him? And then he's still alive and he's still doing the murders. Just wild theory. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. But I just thought of that and I'm like, you know what? That's crazy enough. Let's actually say it.
何より公にもされなかった紙袋の存在が。
Last but not least, the information about the paper bag was never made public.
同一犯に連続殺人であることを暗に物語っている。
Which strongly implies that all of the victims were killed by the same person.
そうなれば、もう一人の重要参考人は
Could it have been the other key person?
もう一人の重要参考人の名前はどうやら報道されていなかったようだ。
The other key person in this case never had their name reported by the media.
この人物は生前の綾香と一緒にいるところをたびたび目撃されていた若い男性で、
The person in question was a young man who was often seen with Ayaka before her death.
綾香が亡くなった日から行方がわからないという。
He hasn't been seen since she
自身
died.
の部屋におびただしい量の血痕を残して姿を消したということから、
And when his apartment was searched, the police found a disturbing amount of blood.
何らかの形で橋爪綾香の事件に関わっていると見た警察が行方を探したようだが、
Obviously, the police strongly suspected him and went to great lengths to track him down.
結局この人物が見つかったという報道は一切なかった。
But he was never found.
鎌田警部が話してくれたのはこの行方不明の男のことだろう。
This must have been the same person that Inspector Kamada was talking about. Now do we think again?
しかし綾香殺害と自宅の火事が全く無関係だということも十分にあり得る。
It's entirely possible that Ayaka's murder and the home fire were unrelated.
そして同じような年頃の少女を狙った連続殺人事件という特徴から見た場合、
Especially considering that all the victims were young girls of about the same age.
異常者による無差別事件の可能性もあるだろう。 奇妙な紙袋を使った手口からもそのイメージが強い。
The house fire falls outside of that category, and the persistence of the paper bag points to a serial killer.
警察もそう考えたんじゃないだろうか。しかしそんな風に書かれた新聞記事は見当たらない。
I wonder if the police have the same idea. I can't find any articles speculating along those lines, however.
よし、ここまでに分かった情報を整理してみよう。
Okay, let's review the information I've gathered so far. Review! The first murder was 18 years ago, and the first victim was a girl named... It was Ayaka, right? Yeah, the first victim.
18年前に起きた最初の事件、その被害者は橋爪彩香という少女だった。
The first murder was 18 years ago, and the victim was a girl named Ayaka Hashizume.
当時、最初の事件に関連があると見られた人物が2人いた。
At the time of the first case, there were two persons of interest. The first one was...
まず1人目は彩香の父親である橋爪学だ。
The first one was Manabu Hashizume, Ayaka's father. And the second was... the missing man.
2人目は行方不明の男だ。
The second one was the man who was presumed missing.
事件を当初、彩香の父親による無理心中ではないかと考えられていた。
At the beginning, some speculated that Ayaka's father was the killer in a murder-suicide situation. The day before Ayaka's body was found, her father died in a... fire? Do they just want fire, or do they want, like, house fire?
そうだ。父親は自宅の火事によって焼死体として発見された。
Yes, that's right. The father was presumably killed by the fire that burned down his house.
一方、行方不明の男については、
Meanwhile, regarding the missing
事件
man,
に巻き込まれたのか、あるいはその男による犯行だったのか。
was he another victim, or could he have been the
ど
killer?
ちらの可能性も考えられていたようだ。
It seems as though the police considered both possibilities.
男は彩香が殺された日に消息不明になっており、
He disappeared the same day that Ayaka was killed. There was a disturbing amount of blank found in his home. Blood.
彼の自宅にはおびただしい量の血痕が残されていた。
Yes, his home was drenched in a massive amount of blood.
鎌田警部によれば、かなりの怪我を負っていたかもしれないという話だったから。
Inspector Kamada said it would have taken devastating injuries to produce that much blood.
人知れず亡くなった可能性も考えられる。
So it's possible that he simply died.
よし、今日はなんだか調子がいいぞ。
Alright, I think I made good progress today.
過去の記事を調べた限りでは、分かったのはこれぐらいかな。
I think that's about all I can determine from my research so far.
先生にコツを教わったことで効率よく調べられた気がするぞ。
I'm glad I talked to Mr. Utsugi first. His advice helped me find the right path.
しかし、
But
結局、連続少女殺人事件は未解決のまま終わった。警察は決定的な証拠を見つけられなかったことになる。
ultimately, the Ultimately, the serial murders remain unsolved. The police never found any conclusive evidence.
もしかすると、当時捜査線上には浮上してこなかった真犯人が
Is there still a suspect out there that was never identified in the previous investigations?
そういえば、2件目と3件目の犠牲者の少女たちには
Now that I think more about the second and third victims,
どちらも泣いている姿を目撃されているという共通点があったようだ。
there was a common factor I hadn't considered. They were both seen crying before they were killed.
泣いている少女。
A girl crying.
エミオは笑顔が描かれた紙袋をかぶって泣いている女の子の前に現れ、
In the urban legend about the smiling man, he always appears in a paper bag in front of a crying girl.
最初の犠牲者である橋爪彩香。
I wonder if the first...
少女だったんだろうか。
I wonder if the first victim, Ayaka Hashizume, was also crying before she was killed.
父親による無理心中が疑われていたとなれば、
If there was cause to suspect her father killed her,
彼女の家庭には何か問題があったということなのかもしれない。
maybe there was some deep trouble at home.
こんな時間だ。お腹空いちゃったな。何か食べにでも行こう。
Oh, it's getting late and I haven't eaten. I should take care of myself. Planet Coffee. With a very Starbucks-esque logo with the ring around the thing.
先輩、早速連絡していただいてありがとうございます。
Meanwhile, thanks for reaching out again so quickly.
水臭いことを言うなよ、立花。俺は後輩のために当然のことをしているまでだ。
Of course, Tachibana. We're not strangers, right? I'm always here to help.
ありがとうございます。いい先輩で、私嬉しいです。
Well, I really appreciate it. It's great to have a senpai like you.
そうか。そうなんだな。立花。いい先輩で、俺もよかったよ。
Taro's gonna walk in and we're gonna have some fucking teen drama shit and like silly haha love triangle side plot to this fucking serial murder case. Oh, I do what I can. I'd sure like to think of myself as a good senpai.
それに俺だって佐々木の事件の真相を知りたいんだ。だから立花に協力したい。
As you know, I'm deeply troubled by Eisuke's murder. That's why I'm so eager to help you.
立花の先輩として。いや、それ以前に一人の人間として。
If that allows me to guide you just like back then, so be it. But I'm just one man trying to help.
先輩、ご協力に感謝します。
Well, thank you for your cooperation, Fukuyama.
早速ですが先輩、何か分かったことがあったんですよね。
I want to be respectful of your time, so let's get right to it. Do you have some new info?
こうして無理をしてまで時間を割いていただけたってことは。
I'm guessing that you do, since you're taking time out of your busy schedule.
ああ、もちろんだ、立花。君も忙しいはずだから、手短に話そう。
Ah, yes. Well, I know you're busy too, so I'll make it quick.
いいか、立花。中学生というのは多感な年頃。いわゆる思春期って時期だ。
So, the thing you've got to remember is these are junior high kids. It's a sensitive time.
か弱く、そして脆い。そんな彼らは間違いなく。
They're still growing, which means they're not as strong as adults. Didn't you say you were going to make it quick?
今回の事件で、俺たち大人には理解できない形で大きなショックを受けているだろう。
This whole incident is a shock to their system in ways we can't even fathom. I mean, yeah, but also this isn't what I came here to hear.
わかるな、立花。
You know what I'm saying, right, Tachibana? I would be a horrible detective. I am showing zero sensitivity right now. I'm just like, you said you had information. Where's the information? Hand it over.
はい。
Yeah, I think so.
一見して彼らは普通な様子だ。しかし生徒たちの心は
It's like the kids seem normal at first, but in their
深
hearts,
く傷つき、 叫び声を上げていることだろう。俺にはそれが聞こえるんだ。
I know they're carrying a deep hurt. It's almost like I can hear their souls screaming out. Oh.
生徒たちの様子は様々だ。中には俺の授業中にイライラした素振りを見せる子や。
It feels like the students are all over the place. Some act out in my classes and others...
俺の上げ足を取って笑ったりする子もいるんだよ。
Well, others have been laughing at me, as if they don't take me seriously. I don't think that's related to the... I don't think that's related to the murder. I think you're just a deeply unserious man.
きっと不安の裏返しなんだろう。かわいそうに。
But I'm sure it's just the stress of this whole thing that's affecting them. Poor kids. I'm not sure that's the case.
俺はそんな生徒たちが愛しくてたまらないんだよ。立花。
I just feel terrible for them all. My heart breaks every time I think about it. I see. She's just sitting there with a blank look on her face like, this is helping me how?
立花。だから
So, Tachibana.
まだ早い。俺はそう思ったんだ。今彼らに事件のことを尋ねるのは。
Then why did you call her out here? I know I'm talking over him, but like, oh yeah, I'm meeting with him this afternoon because he's going to ask some of the students. Like, couldn't you have called ahead and said, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have any information, let's call today off? Why are we still having heckin' tea together? Oh no, coffee. Why are we having coffee together if you don't have any information? Bro, are you using a murder investigation to try and get close to a girl you think is cute? Sir? Sir, is this all just a setup so that we can have Taro walk in and be like, what the fuck's going on here? Why is the girl that I have a crush on going out on a date with this man? That's what it is, isn't it? This is all just a setup for some fucking teenage drama.
ということは、生徒たちから話は聞けていないってことですよね。
I just realized I didn't read out his line. That's why I can't ask any of them about the case just yet. It's too soon. Wait, so you don't have any new information from these students after all?
あ、その通りだ。立花。さすがは探偵だな。
That's right. Sheesh, no wonder you're a detective, Tachibana. It doesn't take a detective to figure that out. Ugh.
じゃあ何の話をしてくれるんだろう。
So what am I here to talk about? Ayumi's got the right... She was just being polite. In her head, she was thinking the same thing I was. So what am I here to talk about?
立花。ミルクティーが冷めちゃうぞ。ちょっと一服しようじゃないか。
Tachibana, your milk tea is getting cold. Please go ahead and enjoy it. Just relax for a moment. Hmm.
せっかくだし、ミルクティーをいただこう。
Okay. I was really hoping there would be an option for me to just be like, no, screw the tea. I'm out of here. I've got things to do.
いただきます。
Alright, I'll have some.
どうだ立花。うまいだろ。ここのミルクティーは。
What do you think, Tachibana? It's good, right? Isn't this milk tea the best?
はい、美味しいですね。
Oh, yes, it's actually delicious. This dude fucking is using a murder investigation to get close to Ayumi. He was a little sus before, now he's just an ass.
ここのティラミスもおすすめだぞ、立花。お得なセットメニューがあるし、頼んでみるか。
If you like the milk tea, you'll love the tiramisu. What do you think? Want to order a taste?
そうなんですね。でも今日はやめておきます。
Maybe not today.
そうか。じゃあ次にしよう。
She is so much more polite than I am. Okay, okay, next time.
先輩から話を聞かなくちゃ。
What do you mean? He has nothing to fucking say. I should hear what he has to... We already know he has no new information. We should just fucking leave.
よく聞いてくれ。立花。
Listen, Tachibana. Eh?
教育現場というのはある種の戦場だ。つまり俺は教師という名の戦士だ。
I don't like this man. I don't like this man. I'm trying to think. Were there any characters in the previous game where I was just like, I don't like this person? I don't think there were. I don't think there were. Even the dude who was like fucking sus as hell, the janitor man. Like, I didn't hate him. I was just like, he's sus. Here, like, he's not even that sus. I just don't fucking like him. Junior high is like a battlefield, and as a teacher, I'm some kind of majestic knowledge warrior. Uh-huh.
疲れ、傷ついた俺にひとときの安らぎをくれるのがここのミルクティーなんだ。
I turn to this milk tea in times of stress and fatigue, and it gives me peace of mind.
給料日にはティラミスも注文する。俺にとってオアシスのような場所なんだ。この店は。
Or if it's payday, I go all out and order tiramisu. This place is my oasis.
素敵ですね。そういうお店があるのって。
It must be nice. We're almost at the time when I would normally end stream, but I feel like we're probably close to the end of the chapter, and I don't really have anything else I need to do today, so we'll probably just continue to the end of the chapter and then end off. Must be nice. I already read that. Heh. Sure is.
生徒たちから話を聞くことは叶わなかったが、
I wasn't able to talk to any of the
その
students.
代わりと言ってはなんだが、先生方からは佐々木のことを聞けたよ。
You couldn't have led with that? You couldn't have led with that. You couldn't have, like, oh yeah, I don't have any details. Oh, actually, I do. You couldn't have led with that, but I did hear some more about Eisuke from other teachers.
そうなんですか。どんな話なんでしょうか。
Oh, what did you hear?
わかった。お互い忙しい身だからな。時間を大切にしよう。
Whoa, I get it. I'll get to it. We're both busy people, so we should try to relax a little while we can. No. No. As a busy person myself, relaxing does not help. Okay? What helps a busy person relax is to get things done. As for me personally, when I'm very busy, taking time to relax does not help me feel any better. It just makes me stress out about all the things that I'm not doing. So excuse me, Mr. Fukuyama, sir, if you have information, fucking tell me so I can get back to work. Fuck this guy. It's so good. Ayumi is so much more polite than I am.
佐々木英介という生徒は
Finally. Okay, here's what I've learned about Eisuke.
友達が多くてそこも問題なし。成績も良くて先生方の評判も上々だ。
He had a lot of good friends. He's got good grades. He got good grades, and he had a great reputation among teachers.
だからトラブルなんかとは無縁の生徒だったらしい。
He was never in trouble. Really, a model student.
私が生徒たちから聞いたそのまんまですね。
Yeah, that's the same thing that all the students have told me. So we're literally learning nothing.
誰かと揉めていたとか、誰かから恨まれていたという話は全く聞こえてこない。
I never heard about him having a conflict with anyone. No one held a grudge against
そ
him.
れは学校だって生徒のプライベートのすべてまでは把握しているわけじゃないが。
Not that us teachers know everything about our students' personal lives, but
佐々木に限って言えばそれは考えにくいというのがほとんどの先生方のご意見だ。
I think most of the teachers would agree that Ace-K was well liked.
模範的な生徒だったんだよ。
Ace-K was an exemplary student.
ただ一つ気になる話が聞けたんだ。
I suppose I did hear one story that caught my attention. Hmm?
佐々木の担任の教師から聞いたことがちょっと気になってるんだよ。
Ace-K's homeroom teacher mentioned something that piqued my curiosity. Okay, so about Ace-K.
佐々木のクラスの担任の先生がおっしゃってたことなんだが、
Here's what Ace-K's homeroom teacher said.
佐々木はここ最近成績が芳しくなかったようなんだ。
Apparently Ace-K's grades hadn't been as good as... What is my chest doing? Apparently Ace-K's grades hadn't been as good as usual lately.
成績ですか？
Oh, I thought his grades were impeccable.
幸福市の私立高校を志望していたんだが、厳しい状態だったようなんだよ。
Well, he was applying to a selective private high school. You need top marks, and he wasn't there.
今のままなら志望校を変更することも考えた方がいいと担任の先生はおっしゃったそうだが、
His Ace-K's homeroom teacher said that he should consider other schools if his grades don't improve.
当の本人はケロッとしてたそうだ。気にしている風には見えなかったらしい。
But Ace-K didn't seem concerned at all.
え、そうなんですか？進路のことなのに不思議ですね。
Really? A good student who suddenly doesn't care about getting into a good school? That's interesting.
中学生の考えていることを理解するのは本当に難しい。
Yeah, well, junior high kids can be a bit unpredictable, can't they?
だが俺たち教師はそこから逃げちゃダメなんだ。立花。
That's one of the challenges we face as teachers, of course. Your opinions here are not needed.
大変なんでしょうね。中学の先生って。
It must be tough to do what you do.
あ、だが教師こそが俺の天職だと思ってるんだ。
Oh, it is, it is. But teaching is my calling. Do we now think?
成績のことは事件とは結びつかなさそうね。
It doesn't sound like student grades have anything to do with the case.
教師。それは時に聖職者とも呼ばれる。
I am sick of this man already. Teachers are not unlike priests, one might say.
そう。あれは俺が中学3年生の頃だった。その時の恩師が俺に。
Yes, when I was in my third year of middle school, one teacher said,
ああ、また何か別の話が始まりそう。
Is he changing the subject?
あの先輩、佐々木くんについて成績以外の話は何かあったんでしょうか？
He is very clearly trying to turn this into a date, while Ayumi's like, I'm just here to get the information for the case. Excuse me, but do you have any other info about Ace-K other than his grades?
そうだな。いや、これくらいだな。
Let me think. No, that about covers it.
事件に結びつくような話は聞けなかったよ。すまない、立花。
I don't have any other information that's relevant to the case. Sorry, Tachibana.
いえ先輩、ありがとうございました。
It's okay, thank you. So I guess now we can...
成績のことは
成績が下がって誰かから恨まれるなんてことはないだろう。
I can't imagine his lower grades would have caused anyone to want to kill him.
自殺というなら話は別だが、そういうことではなさそうなんだろ
Unless he killed himself, but that's not what the police are saying happened, right?
はい。状況から見て他殺であるとしか言いようがないですね。
That's right. I can't share many details, but I can confirm we are investigating a murder. Yeah. Because, like, even though it is possible to strangle yourself with a rope, don't do that, by the way. While it is possible, it wouldn't have left the body in that state. Because the rope wasn't anywhere to be found. So, this is indeed a murder.
いや、自殺だろうが他殺だろうが、佐々木は二度と戻っては来ない。
Well, whatever happened, poor Eisuke is gone forever. I'm realizing now that playing a game that in Australia is rated MA15+, if I could be monetized on YouTube, my uploads would probably be demonetized. Not that I'm ever gonna get monetized, because let's be real here.
これが現実なんだよな。受け入れるほかないんだな。
That's the hand we've been dealt. There's nothing we can do but accept it and move forward.
先輩。
Fukuyama. Okay. Can we leave now?
なあ、立花。
So, Tachibana.
はい。
Yes?
調査の方はどうなんだ?
How's the investigation going overall? Wow, he's actually asking relevant questions.
君も知っての通り、俺は佐々木の事件に大いに心を痛めている。
As you know, Eisuke's murder has shaken me to my core. I know it sounds rude, but I don't think it has. I think he's just saying this shit to try and get on Ayumi's good side.
何か進展があったなら、差し支えのない範囲で話を聞かせてほしいんだよ。
So I'm desperate to hear if you've made any progress. Please, can you share any details with me? Though if he's fishing for information, that makes him seem sus. Like, maybe he killed Eisuke and is just like, ooh, are they on to me? Let me see how their investigation is going.
それは無理なことなのかな、立花。
That's not too much to ask, is it, Tachibana?
実は調査はほとんど進んでいません。佐々木英介君という男の子は
Well, I'm afraid I don't have good news. We haven't made much progress. The thing about Eisuke...
先輩もおっしゃる通り悪い評判は全くありません。家庭環境にも何の問題もないようです。
He's just such a normal kid. Like you said before, he didn't have any obvious problems or drama.
ただ
And yet...
事件当日帰宅した佐々木くんの様子が明らかにおかしかったようなんです。
It's just that on the same day he was killed, he was supposedly acting strangely.
事件の当日。
Oh, is that right?
何があったのかはご家族にもわからないままだそうです。
Yeah. Of course, his family's still in shock. They have no idea what might have been going on. Um.
先輩
Fukuyama?
ああ、すまない。ちょっと考え事をしてしまっていたんだ。
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. Now he's starting to seem more sus. Before it was just like, oh, he's like trying to date Ayumi. But now it kind of feels like maybe there's something more here. Could very easily be a red herring, though.
話してくれてありがとう、立花。
Thank you for sharing, Tachibana.
俺にできることなら何でもするよ。さあ、話の続きをしようじゃないか。
I'll do whatever I can to help. Let's keep talking, shall we?
何が聞きたいのかな、立
What do you think about Tachibana? Okay. Think.
福山先輩って不器用だけど、生徒のことを思う気持ちは本物なのね。
Fukuyama is a bit awkward, but I do think his feelings for his students are genuine. I think his feelings for you are genuine.
先輩のできる範囲で頑張ってくれたみたいだし。
Seems like he's doing the
君の情報はこれくらいかな。
seems like he's doing the best he can, and he's shared everything he knows about Eisuke.
そういえば、福山先輩のクラスの生徒で佐々木くんと親しかったっていう。
Still, there was another student who was good friends with Eisuke in Fukuyama's class. This is going on longer than I thought it would. I guess we're having a slightly longer stream today, but I'll do my best to still try and be productive after stream.
森本めぐみさんって子、登校できてるのかしら。試験以来休んでるってことだったけど。
I'm thinking of Megumi Morimoto. I wonder if she's back at school. She was absent following the murder.
先輩、森本めぐみさんのことなんですけど。
Fukuyama, about Megumi Morimoto.
森本めぐみに関する質問をしているわけだな、立花は。
What do you want to know about Megumi? I don't know anything, Tachibana.
はい、そうですけど。
Okay, but
事件以来休んでるってことだったので、大丈夫なのかなって気になって。
I'm just wondering if she's okay, you know, because she's been absent since the murder.
彼女は森本めぐみはあれ以来休んだままなのだ。
Well, like you said, Megumi has been absent, so I wouldn't know.
そうなんですか。それは心配ですね。
I see. That's worrisome, isn't it?
ああ、とても心配だよ。
Oh, yes, I'm very worried. Sorry for reading that sarcastically, but it strikes me that the way he acts about this girl is very sus. Do I now think again?
先輩、なんだか目が泳いでいるような。
I feel like Fukuyama's eyes are darting around anxiously. um,
先輩、森本さんのことを聞くと落ち着かなくなるのね。この前もそうだったし。
why does he tighten up when we talk about Megumi? He did this the other day too.
そんなに見つめられたら。
What are you looking at?
どうして落ち着かなくなるんだろう。
Why does talking about Megumi make him so anxious? Is it think time? No. Is it talk time?
佐々木の話はもういいのか。
Is that all we have to say about Eisuke?
だってもうないってさっきおっしゃったじゃないですか。
Well, you said earlier that there's nothing more to share. Huh.
森本は俺のクラスの学級委員なんだよ。ってこの前も言ったかな。
Did you know that Megumi is my class representative? I can't remember if I told you that.
はい、お聞きしました。
Yes, I heard.
学級委員が休んだままだと何かと困るでしょうね。
It must be challenging for you to not have her there, since she's the class representative and all.
ああ、困ってる。大いに困ってるよ。
Yes, it's been extremely stressful.
そんなに困るんだ。
Extremely stressful? Huh.
佐々木のことが告げられた朝礼があった日も登校していなかった森本は。
The day that they announced Eisuke's death to the students, Megumi was not there,
今日になっても全く登校してこないんだ。
and she hasn't been back since.
佐々木と仲が良かったってことだからかなりのショックだったに違いない。心配だ。
She was close with Eisuke, so it must have been a terrible shock. I'm worried about her. See, that feels a bit more sincere. But like everything before that...
森本のこと、俺はとても心配なんだ。
I'm really worried about Megumi.
めぐみさん、事件発覚の当日からずっと休んでるんだ。
Megumi's continued
そ
absence.
れは心配だわ。
Megumi's continued absence is worrying.
ん？
Hmm?
昨日の朝礼で聞きました。びっくりしました。
Told us at yesterday's morning assembly. I was shocked.
朝礼で亡くなったって聞いて、本当びっくりしちゃったんです。
They announced that he died at the morning assembly yesterday. I couldn't believe my ears.
あれ？生徒たちは佐々木くんの遺体が見つかった当日の朝礼で
That morning assembly on the day Eisuke's body was found seems key.
佐々木くんの事件を知ったって言ってたけど、
Of course, that's when they told the students what happened.
福山先輩の話だと森本さんは佐々木くんのことが告げられた朝礼があった日から休んでるって。
But Fukuyama is saying that Megumi wasn't at school that day. Huh.
先
Interesting.
輩の勘違いかしら。
Did he really mean that? Or did he misspeak?
先輩？
Fukuyama?
どうした、立花。
Yes? What's up, Tachibana?
先輩は森本さんが佐々木くんのことが告げられた朝礼の日から休んでるっておっしゃいましたよね。
You said that Megumi has been absent since before the morning assembly, right?
ああ、そうだ。だから何日も姿を見ていないことになるんだよ、立花。
Yes, that's right. That's why I haven't seen her for days, Tachibana.
でも生徒たちは佐々木くんが発見された当日の朝礼で事件を知ったんですよね。
But students learned about Eisuke's death on the same day he was found, right? Oh,
じゃあ森本さんは佐々木くんのことと関係なく休んでたってことですか？
so her absence didn't have anything to do with Eisuke. At least that day's absence, right?
何か別の理由があったとか。
Was there some other reason she was gone?
おお、なるほど。そうかもしれないな。さすがは探偵だな、立花。
Oh, yes, I see. You really are a sharp detective now, Tachibana.
でも違うか。
But I'm not sure. Hmm? Do we think again, or...
森本さんがその朝礼の日から休んでることと先輩の様子が気になるわ。
I'm worried about Megumi's continued absence and about how strangely Fukuyama is acting.
そわそわしているように見えるのよね。
He looks so anxious.
あ、
Oh. Hmm?
福山先輩。
Fukuyama?
はい。
Yes, ma'am.
私何か変だと思ってたんです。先輩って森本めぐみさんの話題になると
I have a strange feeling that something is off. Anytime I bring up
い
Megumi,
つもそわそわして落ち着きがなくなりますよね。
you seem to tighten up and get anxious. Am I wrong?
そう見えるのか。いや、意外だな。そんなことはないけどな。
Is that what it seems like? No, that's not it. I don't feel that way.
先輩、なんか落ち着きのないな。
I don't feel that way. I can't open my eyes wide enough to do that. Fukuyama looks anxious and restless.
先輩、
Do I look at him?
立花。
Tachibana?
先輩、もしかして森本さん、
Fukuyama, about Megumi. What?
森本めぐみさんは朝礼より前に佐々木くんのこと知ってたんじゃないですか？
Did she somehow know about Eisuke's death before the morning assembly?
それってつまり
If so, it would mean...
めぐみさんの知り合いが佐々木くんを
Was Eisuke killed by someone Megumi knew?
なんて考えるのは今の段階じゃ飛躍しすぎよね。
It's a pretty big leap to assume at this point. Both of them were pretty big leaps. There was no non-big leap there.
どんな可能性でも排除すべきではない。
I shouldn't rule out any...
先生のポリシーだけど、
I shouldn't rule out any possibility. Mr. Utsugi is always warning us to consider everything.
じゃあめぐみさんはどうやって佐々木くんのことを事前に知ったのかしら？
What's the most likely reason she knew about Eisuke's death?
もしかして先輩が？
Could it have something to do with Fukuyama?
福山先輩、
Fukuyama?
はい。
Yes.
学級委員の森本さんには先に知らせた方がいいって先輩考えたんじゃないですか？
You must have told Megumi about Eisuke before the rest of the class, since she's the representative.
そのせいで佐々木くんと特に仲が良かった森本さんは一人で残酷な事実と向き合うことになり、
But unfortunately, telling her first isolated her from the others, leaving her alone to face the cruel reality.
先輩が思う以上に強いショックを受けてしまって朝礼の日から登校できなくなってしまった。
And she must have taken it very hard. That's probably why she hasn't come back to school since.
その結果、先輩は森本さんに罪悪感を覚えている。違いますか？
And you're probably feeling guilty about it. Am I right about any of this?
違うよ。
No.
そんな勝手なことするわけないじゃないか。
Bro just hits us with the no. I would never do something so selfish.
第一、俺たち教師だって佐々木の事件を知ったのは朝礼の直前だ。
First of all, we teachers didn't know about Eisuke's death until the moment before the assembly.
前もって知らせるっていうのには無理があるよ。
It would have been impossible to let her know in advance. Oh.
そうだったんですね。ごめんなさい先輩。勝手なこと言っちゃって。
I see. I'm sorry for speculating like that.
いいんだ、立花。そうやって疑問をもとに推理をするのが探偵というものなんだろう。
It's alright, Tachibana. That's what being a detective is all about, isn't it? Asking questions and speculating.
俺が教師であるように、立花、君は探偵だってことだ。
Just like I was meant to be a detective. You were meant to be... Just like I was meant to be a teacher, you were meant to be a detective, Tachibana. Yeah?
ありがとうございます。
Yeah, thank you. I still love how heckin' awkward she looks in this image. Like, I do not want to be here. Can I just get the information and leave?
どういたしまして。
You're welcome. Think now, I guess?
先輩が佐々木くんの事件を知ったのも生徒たちが知った時とほぼ同じタイミングってことね。
So Fukuyama found out about Eisuke's murder at around the same time as the students.
先輩がじゃあ森本さんはどうしてその朝礼の当日欠席だったんですか？
So then, why do you think Megumi would have been absent the day of that morning assembly?
体調が良くないとご家族から連絡があったんだ。
Oh, she was out sick. Her family called that morning letting me know.
そういうことか。
I see.
そういうことだ、立花。
That's really what it was, Tachibana. The fact that you're trying to convince me so hard of it makes me feel like that is not the case.
でも本当にそうなのかしら。
I wonder if her family was telling the truth.
先輩が佐々木くんの事件を知ったの。先輩は森本さんの担任なんですよね。様子を見に行かれたりとかは。
Since you're Megumi's homeroom teacher, have you checked up on her since she's been out?
いや、していないよ。なかなか家に訪ねて行きづらくてな。
No, I'm afraid I haven't. It's difficult for me to visit her at her house. Huh? Huh? What do you mean?
森本が早く登校できるようになってほしい。今はそれだけだよ。
I just hope Megumi comes back to school soon. She's in my thoughts. Okay, observations.
驚いた。もうこんな時間じゃないか。橘と話してるとあっという間だ。
Oh, it's gotten so late. Time flies when you're having a good conversation, right, Tachibana?
橘、君には悪いが、生徒たちが俺を待っているんだ。
Anyway, I hate to leave now, but I'm afraid that my students are waiting for me.
もちろん、名残惜しいのは分かっているんだが。
I'm sure you could chat all day long, but
そろそろ行かなきゃ。すまない。
I'll have to get going. My apologies.
はい。じゃあ行きましょうか。
I understand. Let's get going.
話を聞かせてもらったんだから、ここのお勘定はこっちがしなきゃ。
I'll pick up the check since Fukuyama took the time to meet with me. Take the bill.
先輩、ありがとうございました。ここは私が。
Thank you, Fukuyama. This is on me.
おいおい、俺に恥をかかせたいのかな、橘は。
Oh, come on, Tachibana. You'll make me look bad.
でも、
Well,
君は後輩。俺は。
after all, you're once my underclassman, and I am
先輩です。
my senpai.
だな。そういうことだ。
That's right. And that's that. It's interesting that they refer to Ayumi as an underclassman while they refer to Fukuyama as a senpai. I guess because the word senpai is more readily understood by English-speaking audiences than kohai is. But like they're literally words that are paired up.
調査に協力をしていただいた上に、
Listen,
ごちそうにまでなるなんて、やっぱり。
Listen, I'm really grateful for your help with the investigation and taking the time, but
いいんだ、橘。君は後輩。俺は、なんだっけ。
not another word, Tachibana. What am I again?
先輩です。じゃあ、お言葉に甘えて、ここ
My
でお願いします。
Then I guess I'll let it go.
オーケー。
Don't need to read that one. He still stands way too close. Well, thanks for meeting me at my milk tea oasis, Tachibana.
やっぱり近い。
He's standing way too close as usual.
先輩、ごちそうさまでした。
Of course, but I should thank you, Fukuyama.
それと、貴重な情報をありがとうございました。調査に役立てますね。
Not just for the tea, but for the valuable information. I'm sure it will help our investigation.
橘の役に立ったんなら何よりだよ。これからだって喜んで協力するぞ。
That's great to hear, Tachibana. Call me anytime. I'm always happy to help.
本当ですか？頼りになります、福山先輩。
Yeah, I might take you up on that, Fukuyama.
な、橘。
Hey, Tachibana.
はい。
Yes?
その頼りになる福山先輩は、橘。
When can an old
次
senpai
はいつ会えるのかな。
see his underclassman again? Eh, Tachibana?
次ですか？
Again?
先輩がまだ何かを調べてくれるってことなんですか？
Is she playing dumb or is she just clueless? Because he's clearly asking her out on another date. Well, she's just like, are you getting more information on the case? Does that mean you'll continue digging up info at the school for me?
ああ、もちろんそうだ。何をかというと、そりゃいろいろとだ。
Yes, yes, of course. I'll look into anything you like.
ありがとうございます、先輩。
Great, thank you. I do not like this man.
あ、でもお仕事大変なんですよね。やっぱり今日のお話で十分です。
I mean, I know your job is stressful. I don't want to add more. What you've told me already is enough.
立花、確かに俺は忙しい。だが、
Tachibana, yes, I am busy, but...
南第三中学校の教師の俺にしかできないことってあるんじゃないかな。
I know I have the unique privilege of being close to the kids at Minami Daisan Junior High.
生徒たちからもいずれ話を聞く必要があるだろう。
And as time goes by and feelings are less raw, I'm sure I'll have conversations about what happened.
そこに何らかの謎が隠されてるかもしれないじゃないか。
I could certainly imagine one of them providing information that helps unravel the mystery.
森本めぐみさんが休んでいる本当の理由とかですか？
You mean like the real reason Megumi hasn't been coming to school?
おう、それも
Oh, yeah, that too. He is definitely hiding something.
立花、俺は佐々木のためにできる限りのことをしたいと思っている。
You've got to understand, Tachibana. I want to do anything I can for Eisuke.
そしてそれが立花、君のためになるのならなおさらだ。
And if it helps you out as well, that's even better.
ありがとうございます、福山先輩。
Thank you, Fukuyama.
いつでも俺に頼ってくれ。立花後輩。また連絡するよ。
You can always count on me. I'll be in touch, okay?
はい、よろしくお願いします。
Yes, that would be great.
気をつけて帰るんだぞ。立花。
Have a safe trip home, Tachibana. Then he just fucking runs.
ものすごい勢いで走ってっちゃった。
Well, he rushed off full of excitement.
福山先輩ってほんと変わらないな。ちょっと笑っちゃう。
Good old Fukuyama. He really hasn't changed. Always makes me laugh.
でも
Still,
めぐみさんのことを聞いた時の先輩の様子、やっぱり気になっちゃう。
classic little... the same little jingle that the rest of the series has. I can't get over the way he looked when I brought up Megumi. I'll have to get to the bottom of it. Back to the office.
ただいま。
I'm back, Taro.
あゆみちゃんおかえり。何か飲む？
Welcome back, Ayumi. Can I get you something to
実
drink?
は帰りに可愛い缶のミルクティーを見つけたんだ。
On the way here, I stopped and picked up a few cans of milk tea.
またミルクティー。
Oh, more milk tea.
新発売なんだってさ。ミルクティー好きだったよね。
It's a new brand. You like milk tea, don't you?
大丈夫。ありがとう。
Yeah, it's just... I'm fine for now, but thanks.
ね、それより昨日の調査の話聞かせて。
Anyway, tell me about how things went yesterday.
あ、そうだね。わかった。
Sure, let me see.
僕は約束通り。
Okay, so we're back to playing as Taro again.
ことを話した。
I told Ayumi everything I learned about the Kusei siblings and their history.
久世さんのご兄弟にそんな過去があったなんて。
Whoa, I didn't realize they had a history like that.
それでどう ?18 年前の事件について何か発見はあったの？
What else did you learn? Did you get any more details from the case about the case from 18 years ago? I definitely should have ended at around the start of the Ayumi section. I didn't realize it would go this long.
図書館で連続少女殺人事件を調べてみたんだけど。
Yes, I looked up tons of articles about the serial girl murders at the library.
やっぱり紙袋のことはどの記事でも触れられていなかったよ。
I was able to confirm that the victims being found with paper bags on their heads was never reported.
いろいろと調べていくと、
However, after a lot of digging,
最初の事件に不可解な点がいくつかあることに気づいたんだ。
I've identified a few aspects of the first case that have me puzzled.
重要参考人として2人の人物が挙がっていたものの、
For instance, there were two persons of interest that were mentioned,
いずれも死亡もしくは
but one of them is
行方不明に
dead,
なっててさ。
and the other is missing. Oh,
1人目は被害者の橋爪彩香の父親で、彩香の遺体発見前日に起きた火事で焼死。
one was the victim's father, who died in a house fire the day before his daughter's body was found.
2人目の彩香と親しかったという若い男は、アパートの部屋におびただしい血痕を残して失踪。
The second was a young man who was friends with the victim. He disappeared, leaving only bloodstains.
2人は彩香殺害の事件に巻き込まれたと考えられる一方で、
While we don't know to what extent either of them was involved,
どちらかが彩香を殺害したという可能性も否定できないんだ。
we can't rule out the possibility that one of them killed Ayaka.
失踪した男が犯人なのかどうかはわからないままだし、
Could the missing man have been the killer?
同じような年頃の少女を狙った異常者による無差別事件の可能性も考えられる。
Or could it have been someone else who happened to target girls of a similar age?
その線も確かにありそうよね。
Either scenario seems plausible.
でもいずれにせよ、
Well, one way or another,
橋爪彩香をはじめとする3人の被害者が同様の紙袋をかぶって亡くなっていた以上、
we still have three victims, including Ayaka Hashizume, who were found with paper bags on their heads.
同一犯による犯行とみて間違いないんだろうけど、
It's gotta be the work of the same killer.
当時の警察が全力で捜査しても解決できなかった事件なんだから。
Remember that this was a high-profile case that the police failed to solve despite all their efforts.
そう簡単に謎が解けるとは思えないわね。
So it won't be easy getting to the
で
bottom
も
of it.
肝心なのは
But maybe the key
佐
is
々木くんの事件と18年前の事件、そしてエミオがつながるのかどうかよね。
the connection between that case, Eisuke Sasaki, and the legend of Emio the Smiling Man.
そういえば18年前の事件の被害者の女の子とエミオに共通しそうな情報を見つけたよ。
Speaking of that, I did find a common link between the older murders and the urban legend.
2件目と3件目の少女はいずれも泣いている姿を目撃されていたようなんだ。
In both the second and third murders, the victims were seen crying shortly before they were killed.
エミオ、やっぱり何か関係があるのかしら。
Just like in the Smiling Man legend, maybe there really is a connection.
地道に粘り強く調査していきましょう。
Well, let's stay focused and keep after it, okay?
そうだね。それに久世誠さんの失踪も何らかの形で関係しているのかもしれないし。
Absolutely. I do wonder if the disappearance of Makoto Kuze is also related.
僕たちの役割はそれらの関連性を見つけ出すことだよね。
I guess it's our job to find out.
あゆみちゃんの調査。
Okay, we first talk to Ayumi.
私は福山先輩から話を聞いてきたわよ。
Well, I had a good long chat with Fukuyama.
うん。どうだった？
Oh, and how did it go?
成績優秀な佐々木くんの成績が最近落ちてきていたんだって。
Well, among other things, he mentioned that Eisuke's grades had slipped lately.
成績か？
Is that so?
志望している私立高校への進学が厳しいほどだったらしいんだけど。
Yeah, it even sounds like he might have had a hard time getting into the private school he wanted.
佐々木くん本人は気にしていない様子だったんだって。
But he also said that Eisuke himself didn't seem particularly troubled by it.
先輩に考えがあって先生方にしか話は聞かなかったみたいだから。
Also, Fukuyama was squirrely about talking to other students. He's only spoken with teachers so far.
今日分かったことはこれくらいかしら。あ、そうだ。
And I think that's about it. Oh wait,
佐々木くんと仲が良かったっていう
there's one other thing about Eisuke's friend.
森本めぐみっていう生徒の欠席がずっと続いてるみたいなんだけど。
I'm talking about Megumi. Anyway, she's been absent from school for a while now.
彼女、佐々木くんが発見された日から登校していないんだって。
In fact, she hasn't been to school since the day that Eisuke died.
先生方や生徒たちはみんなその日の朝事件を知ったってことだから。
But it's strange because the teachers and students learned about his death that morning.
当日は別の理由で欠席したってことだね。
So you're saying she was already absent that day, but for other reasons?
そうなの。誰かが事前に事件のことを伝えたのかもしれないって思ったんだけど。
That's right. I thought maybe someone could have told her about the situation in advance.
今のところその可能性は低いみたいなのよね。
But it doesn't seem particularly likely.
やっぱりたまたま体調が悪かっただけなのかな。
Maybe she was actually just sick.
確かにちょっと気になるよね。
Yeah, maybe. I am curious.
うん。
Yeah.
それじゃあ今日分かったことについて推理してみましょう。
Let's review what we've learned today, Tara.
そうだね。そうしようか。
Good idea, let's do it. And then we can close off the stream.
最近の佐々木くんにはある問題があったようだ。それは
This was supposed to be a normal sized stream, and then I went for an hour longer. It's the problem with these kinds of games. You can't just like easily stop off in the middle of something. I mean, you can, but then like you're in the middle of something. It seems as though Eisuke had been having a few problems lately involving getting into private school.
志望校を諦めなきゃならないほど成績が落ちたことだよね。
His grades had slipped to the point that he was at risk of not getting into a top school.
そうね。表面上は悩んでいる様子はなかったみたいだけど。
But he was supposedly unbothered by that. I don't know.
何にせよ殺人事件の被害者になることには結びつかないように思うわね。
In any case, I'm not sure how it relates to him being murdered.
そして佐々木くんと親しかったという森本めぐみさんという少女。
Megumi and Eisuke were close friends.
佐々木くんの遺体が発見された当日から登校しなくなってしまったんだったよね。
But she stopped coming to school the day his body was found.
彼女が登校しなくなった理由は
Why did she stop coming to school that very day? We don't know. I mean, this is likely, but we don't know yet.
明らかになっていない。
We don't know.
そうね。体調不良らしいという情報はあったけど、
Well, I did hear that she wasn't feeling well, but
本当にそうなのかまでははっきり分かってないのよね。
I think you're right that we don't really know for sure at this point.
今日分かったことはこれぐらいかしら。
That's all the info I gathered today.
宇津木先生はいらっしゃらないけど、あなたがいれば安心よ。
Even though Mr. Utsugi isn't here, I feel like we're making good progress on the case together.
まだまだ分からないことだらけだけど、二人で力を合わせて頑張りましょうね。
There's still a lot of unknowns, but I'm sure we can work together to solve the case. Heh, agreed.
ねえ、どうしたの？
Hey, what's up? Hmm? What's up?
あゆみちゃんどうしたんだろ
What's wrong with Ayumi?
う。あゆみちゃん？
Ayumi?
ごめんなさい。何？
Hmm? Oh, sorry, what is it?
なんだか考え込んでたようだけど、気になることでもあるの？
It just seemed like you were spacing out there for a second. Something on your mind?
あのね。
Yeah,
森本さんについてもう一つ思い出したというか気になることがあるのよ。
there's something about Megumi Morimoto that I've been wondering about.
どんなこと？
Oh, what is it?
実は前々からなんだけど、
It's been bugging me for a while now, but
先輩に森本さんの話を聞こうとするとすっごくそわそわしたり落ち着かなくなったりするの。
whenever her name comes up when I'm talking to Fukuyama, he tightens up and gets anxious.
何か隠していることでもあるのかな？
Whoa, I wonder if he's hiding something.
わかんない。
I can't tell.
これまでも何度か彼女のことは聞いてみてるけど、いまいち手応えもなくって。
I asked him directly a number of times, but his answers feel a bit evasive.
彼女と直接話ができればね。
If only we could talk to Megumi in person.
うん。
Yeah.
ところで、明日の予定は決まってるの？
By the way, do you have any plans for tomorrow?
僕はもう一度図書館に行って、今度は都市伝説について調べてみるよ。
I think I'm going back to the library. This time I want to do some research on urban legends.
わかったわ。
Okay, sounds good.
私はそうね。
As for me, I guess...
佐々木くんや森本さんのことは先輩からの情報を待った方がいいのかも。
I might just need to wait for more information about Eisuke and Megumi from Mr. Fukuyama. So I guess no Ayumi section next chapter.
もう少し考えてみるね。
But I'll think about it some more.
よろしくね。
Good idea, thanks. So maybe we only get to play as Ayumi every second chapter or something like that. Chapter 5, the paper bag. We'll see what the start of the chapter's like.
よし。図書館で都市伝説について書かれた本を探してみよう。
Okay, let's head to the library and see what we can learn about urban legends.
先生が調べていることだけど、エミオの手がかりが見つかればいいもんだ。
I know Mr. Utsugi is also looking into this angle, but I'm hoping to learn more about the Smiling Man.
現代の幽霊伝説という本は見かけたように思うけど、都市伝説関連はあるのかな？
I know I saw a book titled Modern Ghost Legends at the library, but maybe there's one all about urban legends. Okay, there we go. We'll save it in chapter 2, in file 2 rather. Why not? We have saved. We can return to title screen. That went a little longer than I anticipated. It is now, this was supposed to be a 3-hour stream. It is now a 4-hour stream. I want to have lunch. I'm hungry. Chat scene. So that is going to be all for today's stream. It's interesting so far. So far it feels like there's just a lot of loose threads all over the place and nothing's quite tying together just yet. Like, granted, we're only on chapter 5 of presumably 11 chapters. But at the moment, like, there's no clear indication of what's happened yet. In fact, it's difficult to even form theories because we just don't have enough information. So I am curious where it's all going to go. I know that, like, the 2 friends I have that are interested in Famicom Detective Club, they like really enjoyed this game. I know one of my friends said that, like, Emio, the Smiling Man, is like one of the top 5 Nintendo villains. So I'm like, oh damn, this is going to get good. But we'll have to see how that goes. My next stream will be next Saturday, where I will presumably be playing through more Emio. But I'm also going to try and be brave and work up the courage to ask some of my friends, like, hey, do you want to be on a game show? So that I can try and start planning that for sometime early this month. But yeah, that is the plan. So, let's have a look who's online. Miko is probably still streaming, but I'll see if there's anyone else I feel like raiding. I know there's like, I have no viewers right now. Oh, I forgot to turn the knock feature off, but I think it's already set in such a way that like, no one can actually jump in. Miko actually has the lowest amount of viewers of anyone that I'm following right now. So I guess we will just raid Miko. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I can do it from OBS now. I don't have to do it from my... Oh, because I closed my thing, now it says only 1 viewer instead of 2 viewers. Oop. Oop. What if I open it again? Okay, but we will be raiding Miko. Yeah, the raid things. Do. Oh no, did my internet die or did Miko's stream die? Hold on, let me refresh. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, we're raiding Miko. Miko's playing Aiden Chronicle. Yeah. We're gonna play more Emio next week, and I'll try to get Clueless Quiz Time set up. I get very anxious about asking people for things, but I'll try to get over it. Thanks for watching. Otsukane. Bye bye. And scene.